I think what it is there's so much chaos and so much craziness right now that I just want to make fun of it. You know how you just want to laugh in someone's face whenever they're like yelling at you, and then make a joke to try to, you know, bring the energy.
People have lost their minds.
Down or
I'm done with social media. Like I really
I pretty much am too at this point.
Yeah. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna check my other account to see if my other account, which is subscribed to YouTube, has been notified, and if so, we should be getting our Beyond the Veil people on YouTube with us.
All right, cool.
Did you get notified?
I did not.
Oh, okay.
I never did get notified, no.
So we are on with, nope, no notification. I think YouTube is just banning us.
I think we've been blacklisted.
We have been, yeah.
So first the New York Times steals our NPC thing.
This, why is this on unlisted? This should be public. This is the problem. It's saying unlisted stream.
Weird.
Yeah, and it's stuck on unlisted.
That is really weird.
Yeah, it's stuck on unlisted again. Public. Advanced settings. I don't think it's YouTube's fault. I think. I mean, I don't think it's that we're getting banned. I think YouTube just has a problem today. I like to err on the side of technical problems instead of being a crazy conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
Going, the Illuminati censoring our information.
No, the Illuminati?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, so.
Cool. All right. I do not see.
This is probably the roughest stream we've ever done.
Yes, it is.
Okay, yeah, I think people are being notified on YouTube now. So,
we're
going to
back.
rejoin Luckee now.
I don't know where they are. They're talking. I see them talking.
All right.
There they are. See, we're simulcasting on Facebook and YouTube at the same time through their channel on BYT or BYV, excuse me. No, Beyond the Veil. Just
no,
spit it out.
BYOB.
Yes. Bring your own bottle. Become your own shaman. What about the other hashtags? I was just talking about you, Chris, the other day. I was like, yeah, he coined the phrase "go F yourself," you know, the hashtag, which I thought was pretty epic because enough of the BS, people. Enough of the BS. All this, you can't say that. You can't do this. And piss off. Okay, and that's exactly what I think should happen. Everybody just, if you don't like what somebody's doing, you've got several options because this is a free country. For the most part.
That's true. That's true. And, I've noticed that there's self-censorship more and more and more. And I'm finding myself doing it just like I did at the beginning of the show, which I was going to make a joke about men and women and, just typical jokes that people make. But we find ourselves even catching ourselves from doing that because you have these hordes of people that are ready to just chop your head off for anything you say. And you can have the best message in the world. They will pick something out. One trigger word is all it takes, and they will be triggered, and heads will chop off, and heads will fly. I mean, and yeah, it's a really bad error that we've created for ourselves, and it's about getting people to self-censor themselves from speaking truth. But I can't say that it's all the responsibility of the powers that be. The alt media needs to take some responsibility in this too. We have this fake news problem, and it's coming from not only the mainstream media, but it's also coming from the alt media as well. I mean, 99% of the stuff I see on Facebook doesn't add up to scrutiny. So I'll give you an example. There's a meme that keeps going around. And it was just one of many that I happened to look into, and it's the first example. I've got no horse in the race when it comes to this. But the CEO of Nestle has a quote where he's saying, "Water should not be a human right." For years, that pissed me off. Obviously, that's going to be something that makes anybody mad. But then when I looked beyond the veil of that and I said, all right, I want to see this video, I noticed that they cut him off right after he said that, and it was a 30-second video. And so I said, I want to watch the whole video. So I watched the whole video Come to find out, what happened in India is they declared water to be a human right. So what that ended up with is corporations, farmers, and all of these people who were using mass amounts of water were doing so without paying their fair share. And so the water table kept going down and down and down, and they had a water crisis because regular people couldn't get water because the water table was being depleted. So what he was suggesting is that they privatize water and make it like we have here in the United States, which is you get a water bill at the end of the month and you pay for your consumption. This was his solution. The truthers and the alt media took it and said, a water should not be a human right. This is an evil thing right here. And it pissed a lot of people off, me included.
I have to agree and confess that I did the same thing. When I saw that clip, I was enraged. I'm like, what is wrong with this man? You know? Again, it's like that iconic image, that iconic image, and it looks like somebody stabbing another person when actually, there's a cameraman and you see only the edited out part, and you zoom out and you see the whole picture, and it's actually the victim in this small picture is actually the criminal, talking about that's the silhouette figures of somebody trying to stab somebody else when it's actually somebody else chasing.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I don't know what the term is, but I started looking at more and more and more of these articles, especially memes, things like that. I came across an article, Top 10 Conspiracy Quotes That Never Happened. For instance, there was this one, I want to say it was Henry Kissinger saying, if it wasn't for the cooperation of all the media, we couldn't bring forth our new world order and this and that. That never happened. There was another quote about a guy named David Spangler, and he says, everybody will have to take a Luciferian initiation before entering the new world order. And it said a UN branch of the magical mystics of the Illuminati or something like that. I don't know exactly what the organization was, but we looked and there was no organization called that in the UN.
No.
He was loosely connected to the UN because a publishing company printed some catalogs for him that happened to print something for another organization that was connected to the UN.
Right.
So there's all these twists and turns and all this, and this is
8
what
degrees
people
of
are
separation.
they're all outraged over. And so you see this more and more and more often. And then what they can legitimately do is say alternative media is propagating fake news. And I saw this happening way back in 2015. And that's why I kind of stepped away from politics and reporting and things like that, because you have to fact check literally everything. But what we've done is we tied a noose around our own necks as alternative media by just seeing an article and going, you know what, I got to be the first one to break this story. I got to be the first one to put it out there without doing any fact checking. I was guilty of it too.
Me too.
When I was doing it. So I'm speaking from experience here. But people don't seem to care.
But here's the thing that gets me, okay, because they're censoring now. Okay, if you remember James Tracy, he was one of our hosts here on TFR.
Oh yeah, I remember him.
They censored him. FAU, or Florida Atlantic University, they fired him because of his memory hole blog. Okay, they fired him because of his ideas and what he had to say about the Sandy Hook fiasco.
All he did was questions too. All he did was ask questions. He said, if there were kids that died, why are there no death certificates? Why are there no birth certificates of any of these kids, even in England? He asked the question.
And so they fired him, and Lenny Posner was suing him, or the family of Lenny Posner suing him and things like that. And they got CNN involved, and they harassed this man and harassed the staff at Florida Atlantic University to fire him. Now, he was a tenured professor. Okay. Now, and during that time, when he was going through all that stuff, Chris, Alex Jones didn't say boo about it. He didn't even whimper. He said nothing. And believe me, I was trying to spread the word to all the journalists and all of Twitterland, and everybody was there. RT, everybody. I was trying to get that word out to everybody. What's happening to James Tracy? Because I saw what was going to happen in the future. And guess what? Sure enough, now Alex Jones is out. He's been banned on so many different platforms, and I haven't got one iota of sympathy for the man because of his silence during the time that James Tracy went through that. Had he had James Tracy on, had he publicized and at least worked up a sweat about it, like he can normally do about gay frogs, for Christ's sakes, okay, if he can do that, why can't he talk about James Tracy and what's happening to him? And what in the world was wrong with him to speak? He kept his tongue. And now look at what's happening in Facebook and Twitter. There's 800 people and pages have been purged from Facebook. Okay, you got YouTube, they're purging, or they're banning a lot of content. The duplication in Kev Baker's case, and others are being banned outright. That little fluke that happened last night, when you should have seen me, I was like, I was saying quite a few words that I don't say on air. Those words, the F words and things like that in different languages. And I didn't say them. I won't say them now, but I was saying a lot of that last night when I saw that YouTube was down. And then I was like, wait a minute, it might be just me, or it could be the whole thing. I don't know. But I think that
there's banning all across the board, and like right now we tried to go live on YouTube. Nobody's being notified, and that's what I was messing with during the first segment, trying to get all of our YouTube people to come join us. I don't know if it's related. I mean, it could just be YouTube glitches and whatnot, but
or they could not like me.
Yeah, it could be. It could be.
They hate me.
And Brooks too.
I know Brooks, right?
We can't leave Brooks out of it.
How much advertising have you put into Facebook, and it's gone nowhere?
I spent $1,000 a month for 2 years, and I sold 0 books.
Yeah, that's they just suck your money.
Yeah, they
and
really
it's
just do that.
it's a
Don't
shame.
do that, Brooks. Don't do that. You know what that means, right?
They're gonna take the screenshot there and say you're Illuminati, because that's how alt media works now. Yeah, pretty much.
That's what they do now.
That's what they're doing to themselves. So that's why we try to maintain platforms like TFR, because we know, people on TFR, they're coming from their hearts, they're well researched, so on and so forth. I can't say that everything everybody says is completely factual, but they're speaking it from the best of their understanding with all the information they have at the current time. And that's all that we can really ask of people.
If we find out we've made a mistake, we do go back and correct it.
Yes.
And we do it Johnny on the spot. I mean,
I've retracted many a time, haven't I?
Yeah, and there's no shame in that whatsoever. As a matter of fact, that's to me that shows that earns respectability. It earns respect, and it's something of respectability rather than something of shame. When you say, hey, you know what, I was wrong about this. Here's more information based on my new analysis, and so on and so forth. But some people just have an agenda to just generate clicks and clickbait articles and so on and so forth, and it's daunting, and it's brought us here to this point. But the fake news agenda, the fake news agenda has been on the table since before the elections 2 years ago. They actually put a bill in the summer of I want to say 2016 that was called a fake news bill. I don't remember what the thing, HR, some kind of letters or something like that, because everything's an AI anyways, and it works only on letters and numbers in sequential order that only the computer can understand. But it was a fake news bill, and they never pushed it forward. But what happened is the alt media, it was Zero Hedge that did this, they ran with it and said, fake news bill has been passed and this and that. And you go to the bill, and all you have to do is just click on the link, go over there and actually read it and look, and it never went anywhere. But it showed that the agenda was there. And then what happened directly after that is we had all these articles about quote unquote fake news. You had Stephen Colbert and all these other people saying fake news, fake news, fake news, fake news. And this was right around the time of the WikiLeaks thing. And then CNN comes out and they say, oh, it's illegal for anybody to read these emails. Remember that. We can do it because we're media. I mean, that's just completely and blatantly a lie. Like, that's a blatant lie. Anybody can go read those emails off WikiLeaks website. There's no question about that whatsoever. But they were just lying in our face, spitting in our face, calling everything fake news. And in the meantime, instead of us getting our research down better and putting out more factual stories, we were just propagating anything that just came across the pike, which I think was originating from them. They would put it out there. The alt media would pick up on it and just get it. It's like a tar baby. You know, you just pass the tar baby around.
Wherever touches
An example just recently was with Anderson Cooper. They were circulating a meme of him supposedly faking the severity of the North Carolina hurricane. Come to find out, what was actually happening is that picture was from a flood back in Houston, and he was actually underwater up to his neck. There was no fakery in that whatsoever. But what I think was happening is that in North Carolina, they were trying to blow that out of proportion, but they put something like that out, let it circulate around really well, waited for it to get to Donald Trump Jr., who then reposted it. Then they made a big scene about it. And then what they're able to do is take that fake piece of information and discredit the entire idea of a hoax based on that one little fake piece of information. We can't fall for these traps anymore, ladies and gentlemen. We can't do it.
You got to pay attention.
You got to verify everything.
I'm going to do what I can to pay attention to. So go ahead, Brooks. I'm sorry.
Well, it's sort of like this manufactured immigrant wave that as soon as Donald Trump said, well, we're going to build the wall, some great power ordered these people to leave their homes, march 2,000 miles without food or water, and throw themselves into the gears of our immigration system. And then they took pictures from back in Obama's presidency of people in cages or in fenced-in areas inside a building. And then they started this mantra of ripping children out of the arms of parents, which wasn't happening. It wasn't happening at the border. It was happening hundreds of miles inside the country where they'd already crossed into the country. The parents were arrested. And in most of the cases, all but except 20% of the cases, those kids didn't even belong to those adults.
Right.
They didn't even belong to those adults. And during the Obama administration, they would just give the kids back to them. And many of them were known sexual predators. And they just gave them to them anyway. The Trump administration decided to stop that. But the press was not having any of it. So they kept this mantra up and kept this mantra up and kept this mantra up until finally they said, fine, send them all back. So they just boxed them all up and sent them back over the border. Now it's part 2 coming. They say that this wave is 4,000 people, and they're coming up against the Mexican border. And the president of Mexico that just signed this NAFTA agreement with Trump is saying, we're fortifying the wall. They already have a fence. They're not getting through. They're going to crash on the southern border of Mexico, and that's where the humanitarian crisis.
They're going to throw those bodies up against that wall. Now, here's the thing that gets me about that. If anybody can visualize what this is looking like, and then recall something about the unlocked gates or something. We had it on TFR front page, the video back in 2015. Something, the gates, and it showed that the massive immigration or massive migration of military-aged men.
Yes.
Muslim or Arab-looking men invading Europe. We're going to get the same thing here, and they're going to try it on Trump's watch. And guess what's going to happen? These people are going to die. And on the first wave, they're going to show children and women and things like that. They're going to do this, and they're going to sacrifice those children on the wall. And these, what's happening now at our border, these people are being taken in and taken care of humanely. Okay. Mm-hmm. What's going to happen next? It's not going to be cool, because this is actually an invasion, because these people have taken money from a party to come invade our country. Okay. That's an invasion. That's an act of war.
Congressman Gatz today, about 6 hours ago, demanded Congress find out who is the source of that money that's being handed out in Honduras.
Probably Clinton. It could be Clinton or Soros behind it. But listen, hey, everybody, I really like this intellectual exercise we're having. But the reason why I brought this Geos on today, I really wanted them on today, is because of the extraordinary news that they had posted. They had a 5-hour show about this, about this very topic. CIA documents. Guys, do tell us what you found.
The way you said that was like TMZ.
Yeah.
You're like, ooh, tell us what's going on with Brad and Angelina.
Hey, at least it wasn't like AJ, the turn of the frog's gay.
Well, you know the
spit
thing.
your coffee.
If I can comment on the gay frogs here for just a moment, you know, if there's anything I've learned from Jurassic Park is that life will find a way, and they used frog DNA to create the dinosaurs. And if this is scientifically based, which I'm not a scientist, Brooks is, he might be able to answer this, but frogs can naturally change their sex, and difference between sex and gender, as I've said before, gender by its definition is based on cultural differences. So yes, gender is fluid. Sex is based on biological differences. It is not fluid. It is either male or female based on reproductive functions. But if the frogs are changing gender, or changing sex, I should say, physically, because frogs have the ability to do that, could it be that rather than the chemicals turning the frogs gay, the chemicals were just making the frogs turn gay? Or maybe they put a bunch of male frogs in there during this test and some of them turned into females. Is that a possibility, Brooks?
Well, it is a possibility with frogs because frogs, being reptiles, they are subject to environmental stress in the forests and where the frogs' habitats are. They respond to environmental stress by mutating faster than almost any other species out there, even more than like fruit flies. Or we have the same thing in the oceans. We use manta rays. If there are big environmental stresses, chemicals, temperature changes, acidity changes, it's going to show up in the manta ray population as mutations. But the fact that frogs can, given environmental stress, respond in a survival mode by changing sex and then reproducing, that's pretty remarkable.
So here's the thing that gets me. Alex Jones and his mom and his whatever that mantra he had there for a while. Okay, so if the frogs are growing up and one is male and changes himself to be a female, okay, and goes and reproduces with another frog, does that make him gay, or does that make him biologically male attracted to the opposite sex now?
I think it makes him trans, and that would explain the trans porn that was on AJ's phone. He was doing research into that very phenomenon.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Did you hear about this,
Totally
Brooks?
makes sense.
No.
He was doing a live stream, and he showed his phone during the live stream, and he scrolled down, and you could see trans porn on his phone.
Transgender porn.
So
yes.
everybody picked up on this. The Young Turks, of course, and several other people, and they were saying, "Look, trans porn is fine. It's the fact that he's railing against the transgendered community to try to cover up some kind of secret fetish that he has himself." And the porn star from the video came out, and she's like, "Well, at least he has really good taste. He's welcome to a free lifetime membership to my site."
Good advertising.
Yeah, and I merely pointed this out on Facebook, and I said, guys, you see, this is why you can't let other people control your thoughts, because there's a lot of stuff that's being pushed for these alternative type of agendas, and a lot of this anti-LGBT thing is really a lot of people suppressing their own feelings, and so they're externalizing that, and they're trying to fight their own feelings by going after somebody else, and then that in turn makes the LGBT people say, hey, wait a minute, we're an oppressed group of people. We have to make ourselves as loud and as obnoxious as we can because we want to be heard. If we would just leave those people alone, I think everything would start to calm back down and come back to a place of balance, just like the civil rights movement. I mean, the blacks had to do the exact same thing. They had to get as loud as possible. They had to create protests, and they had to block off buildings and do everything until they were recognized and had their civil rights recognized. And then everything kind of died down again until the Democrats decided to come and use the black population and several others as puppets to push Soros-based agendas. But that's a whole nother story.
Right. But here's something else, too. It's like everybody's talking about the trans and how you can change sex. And if that's their basis is regarding frogs is their basis for this argument. Well, we're not frogs. We're mammals.
That's right. That's right. And so when you have a man who self-identifies as a woman, and then he goes and competes in a women's cycling event.
Oh, that pisses me off.
Slaughters all women, and the women don't stand up and say, hey, wait a minute, he has Y chromosomes.
I agree with you 100%. It has gotten absolutely absurd and ridiculous as far as that goes. It's one thing to be respectful to another person. And, I've known some transgendered people, and I call them she because some of them are very feminine, and some of them are, they're more feminine than some women that I know, because they are really in that far into their identity as that, and just out of respect for them. But the fact remains, like you said, Brooks, their reproductive functions are still those of a male, and so they shouldn't get into women's competitions. Everything's gotten all jumbled up. Things need to go back into balance. There was one girl that was really pissed off because she couldn't get into the Boy Scouts. And she's like, where in the documentation does it say that you have to be a boy? And it was that, I don't remember what his name, Ben Sharpeo or something like that. And he's
Sobiek, I thought, but okay.
Maybe somebody. He looked at her and he said, well, it's in the name. Boy Scouts. Simple. But yeah, everything's being meshed around and unbalanced. And but again, this is what happens when you tip the scale in one direction. The scale is going to tip back in the polar opposite direction, and it's going to take time to rebalance if we can get it back to a state of rebalance. But realistically, if you look through our history, we have seen sexual suppression, I mean, really, really bad by the church going back into the 50s and 40s and all of that. And then when people broke out of that, you had the 60s free love thing. Then it started to turn the other way. Now it's going back and forth, and we can't seem to find this balance. And I think it all begins with the parents, really. I mean, the parents they're not teaching their children about themselves. We're telling the children when they hit puberty that sex is bad, that their feelings are bad, instead of the parents sitting down and talking to them and telling them, hey, this is what's this and this is what's that. And then it's what I call Catholic schoolgirl syndrome, where you suppress something for so long, female sexuality, for example, in Catholic schoolgirl type of situations. Then at 18, they're on Pornhub, getting banged by 10 guys at the same time because they have no filter. They don't understand sexuality because nobody ever taught it to them. And then they just blow up. But if we can bring it back to a place of balance to where we're not so prude with our children, raising them, and we're not afraid to talk to them about these things, and they're not afraid ultimately to come to us as the parents to talk to us about these kind of things, then I think we'll start to see the generation starting to balance themselves off again. But we are so far away from that, and there are so many more problems piled on top of that nobody even knows where to go. Everybody knows they're full of shit, but nobody knows where to go take the shit. That's the problem.
Thus saith Chris Geo on Beyond the Veil on Quantum Connections here at tfrlive.com. Wow, brother. We are going to be going to break here in just a moment. I don't hear the music yet, but we are going to break here. Everybody, we're going to change the tune. We're going to change the frequency when we get back. We are going to really go beyond the veil and see what Chris and Sheree discovered. And this time we will do it, okay? All right, see you here.
GoFundMe.com. Birth, BEARTH.
Brooks's book.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and keep it going during the break here. Because I don't want to get copyright strikes. But I guess we can drop TFR Studio and bring Luckee back on.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Here
let's
we
do that.
go.
So, Brooks, we have some of the Beyond the Veil audience with us. Tell people about the Birth Project, please.
Sure. The Birth Trilogy was finished early this year. It's been doing really well. And we want to turn it into film, not for the big screen, but for the small screen. So we are writing 42 screenplays. I've won 3 screenplay contests. I'm going to win a 4th again this month with the Birth Trilogy in as a series. But what we want to do is take this to film. So I've got a GoFundMe project out there. It's GoFundMe/birth, BEARTH. If you go there, help us support the film. If you donate, your name goes in the credits. So you'll be featured in the credits all over television when the series airs.
I'm going to be a star.
Excellent. So
I donated. Of course I did.
So Birth, it's Earth with a B.
Yeah, Birth of a New Earth.
Birth
it
of
is
a New Earth.
Of the origin and destiny of the Earth. The ancients believe Earth was brought together as 2 different planets, And then in the last days, they begin to become dissident and come apart. So this is a huge sci-fi, deep spiritual, high espionage, action adventure series. You're gonna
There's a
love.
little bit of romance in there, guys. There's some romance in there too. It's cute.
Ooh.
You know, the first time I heard you, Brooks, was on with George way back in, I want to say it was like 1923 or something like that. No.
Damn!
Well, that says about my age, too. No. It was like in 2003 or something like that. And maybe a little bit later. And you were talking about Arc of Millions of Years. And the separation of the two Earths. There was one that's 6,000 years, one that's 4.5 billion years. So is this a continuation of that story?
Yes, it's a continuation of that story. They did come together, these two Earths of different age. And in the end times, as all the ancient civilizations prophesied, they will come back apart. So the higher vibrational man goes with the higher Earth, the lower vibrational man stays behind with the temporal Earth, and that is the rapture on steroids.
Excellent.
Yeah. On steroids. That's steroids. I mean, I've read many books on rapture, so yeah, it's actually quite it's very interesting. I love the science in it, okay, because it does make sense, and especially spiritual science, you know, it makes sense. Oh shoot, what time is it?
Great.
Are we ready to
back.
reconnect? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and mute you so I don't get hit with copyright. Just give me the thumbs up. Dun-dun, dun-dun. Oh, we need to mute.
Sorry.
All right, so for those of you just joining us, we're just hanging out with Luckee on her show. Tomorrow night, we are scheduled to go on with, well, not yet. We still have to wait for one more confirmation, but we may be going on with Clyde Lewis tomorrow night, which will be really cool, to share the story of the NPCs.
This is Lucky One, of course. This is Quantum Connections you're listening to. We've just got a whole blend of things going on. TFRlive.com. Never forget that name. Get you some bumper stickers. Somebody make up some bumper stickers for me. And by the way, I have to say, make a shout out to, Jazzman, you old geezer. Thank you. Anyway, there, I did the shout out. Okay. With us today is from Beyond the Veil, Chris and Sheree Geo. They have come forth to let us know what they found in the government documents that really does back up a lot of what they were talking about for quite some time. So please, first off, how did you find this thing, and how did that happen? Yeah, I just got to know.
I went deep into a trance. And in this trance, I was able to find the name of this document and where to find it. No, not really. A listener sent it to us. That would make a better story, though, wouldn't it?
I was looking for the sub caption here on my screen. You know, actually, a listener sent it to us.
A listener sent it to us, and it is called. Well, they sent us the link to the CIA's website. So it's not like it came off some conspiracy website or anything like that. This came directly from the CIA's website. And, I got the documents right here. I've been waving them around. I specifically had Sheree print them for the whole purpose of waving them around on camera.
I've got the documents.
I was reading them on the screen, but I wanted to wave them around like this because they are so consciousness shifting. It's called the Analysis and Assessment of the Gateway Process. And the Gateway Process was something that's done by the Monroe Institute. And it's mind control. Mind control. It's about transcendental meditation. It's about the chanting. It's about how consciousness works, the different states of consciousness. They have like a state level 15 consciousness, 21, so on and so forth. And it's all based on putting the brain into different type of wavelengths and things like that. But and also the heart rhythms and getting the heart rhythms in different ways. But what's the most interesting thing about this document, I think, and we covered it on youtube.com/Beyond the Veil yesterday in full, is that they were alluding here to the fact that they have a group of what looks to be either CIA or Army personnel. It says 2 Commander U.S. Army Operational Group. So I'm pretty sure that it's a group of Army personnel who are actually involved in this type of training for different types of projects. Like you get remote viewing projects and things like that out of this, and all the psychic spying.
And all them, yeah.
Yeah, all the psychic spying and things like that. But it's one interesting thing here. It says that the Kundalini, for example, when you call up your Kundalini to do the Kundalini meditation, it can actually cause spinal damage. And it can also leave people in a psychotic state
Yeah, it really
if
can.
the Kundalini isn't brought up and then the loop is completed.
Right.
And they warn about this in this document to complete the loop. But I don't hear people talking about completing that loop. And
I just hear people saying, access your Kundalini and, let it go up you.
Yeah, the Kundalini rising, but you never hear about the completion of the loop there in order to make it solid. So it was really revealing to see. Now, the most interesting part to me is patterning. This was huge to me. They talk about how reality is manifested. So it's manifested by a thought, and you put yourself in a certain state, and you bring that thought and project it out into the universe. That thought then goes out into the universe and creates a hologram of that particular thought. That thought is then brought back down into this current reality, and it's the reality starts to shift based on that hologram that was projected out to the universe from the thinker. Now, the further from reality that your manifestation is, the longer it's going to take for the universe to manifest it. So, the example that I made was very, crazy and wild on purpose. But I said, if I wanted to be Godzilla, you may see me come back in 10,000 years. And if you do see Godzilla come back in 10,000 years, that's me from this thought that I just manifested right now into the universe, because it's so far out of the reality. But the closer you can get to trying to manifest something in this reality by using this particular form of patterning, is what they call it. It's all the stuff that we talk about here on Beyond the Veil. It really is. And the do's and the don'ts. I've always been skeptical of the chakras. I've always been skeptical of Kundalini meditation and things like that, just simply because it didn't feel right when I started doing it. That's why I prefer ayahuasca, because I know I'm going down in there and I'm going deep. But what they also said in this document is that you can put people into these states of meditation through frequency or manipulating the brain waves, and you can actually shut down the left brain, and then the right brain is doing all the processing. When the right brain is doing all the processing, then there's no filter, and that person is completely open to suggestibility. Now, when you do Kundalini, the reason you complete that loop is because then you're working with the left brain and the right brain simultaneously. The left brain is the logical processor of the right brain, so the right brain gets some information from hyperspace or whatever you want to call it. It hits the left brain, and there's discernment. But if you don't have that discernment, then you're completely susceptible. And I think a lot of the New Age community, for example, are doing these kind of practices, and they're getting all these messages from hyperspace, but they're not passing it through their left brain filters. And so that's why,
good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. And the thing is, that's actually quite accurate, because I have studied on it and I have practiced that meditation. And yes, it is supposed to be a loop. I have not heard any of these New Age gurus talking about the loop, but I wondered why nobody connects it. Why isn't, because remember I told you the other day we were talking about the toroidal orb. Okay, do you see what I'm talking about now? Because it's a loop. All right, and it's supposed to continue on in that loop.
Oh, the toroidal field loop. Yeah,
yes. Okay, and that's very powerful stuff. And yes, there's so many different things. When you were talking just through that little bit there, Chris, I'm sitting there like, yep, there all these different facts that's connecting in here, and it's like, and I want to present it to everybody so they can see it. It's very frustrating. I'm going to have to watch this to see what exactly you said so I can write them all down for everybody.
Well, the patterning is what I found most interesting because,
Mhm.
we talk about manifestation and manifesting reality. And since we came back from Egypt, a
Right.
lot of things have been manifesting. And the idea that we're in a computer simulation has been revealed more and more and more as time progresses. It's almost as if there was a veil dropped. And we've even had some of the really hardcore Christians accuse us of initiating the apocalypse while we were in the pyramid. Well, when
Oh,
you think about the
please.
Greek, the apocalypse is the great revealing and the veil being dropped.
Exactly.
So, I mean, more and more people are writing us and saying, "Hey, since you guys got back from Egypt, I can see so much clearer. I can manifest things. My intentions are manifesting in front of me. I'm noticing that Sheree and I are much more telepathic together, and the simulation seems to be broken in the sense that a lot of people are seeing repetition in their lives. That it seems like the Matrix is just putting pieces of consciousness together to manifest reality. So I'll give you an example. When I was 14 years old, I dated this girl named Jasmine, and she was my first love, puppy love, all this stuff, but she was a lifelong friend. And she died about 2 years ago. Yeah, about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And, the poor thing, she was on heroin and, there was all this, I haven't talked to her. I mean, I haven't seen her since we were 20, but I always kept in
Right.
contact with her because she was somebody very, very special to me for some reason. And so her name was Jasmine, only Jasmine that I've ever known in my life. That's it. So we moved to this little small town here of 2,000 people. We have 3 restaurants. We have one called Village Kitchen, another one that's a Mexican restaurant, and another one that's a Chinese restaurant. Well, the waitress at the Chinese restaurant is named Jasmine, the waitress at Village Kitchen is named Jasmine, and the waitress at the Mexican restaurant is named Jasmine. And I'm like, this is a freaking simulation. It's just pulling stuff out of my consciousness
and just
and
presenting
creating
it to
these
you.
NPCs in front of me here. What are the
Wow.
odds?
Well, if we don't need to go in. Well, Chris, Brooks, you're the statistician. What is the odds on that?
Well, it's way out there because I mean, how many names are there? And then you got 3 of them, so that creates a permutation. So the odds are way out there, in the factorial numbers. But this kind of goes along with remembering the future. Remembering the future is about manifesting the future on purpose. And I was actually studying Mendelbrot math today for fun. And the way,
You're studying the math for
the way
only Brooks Agnew, folks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, only Brooks Agnew. He studies
Oh.
Mendelbrot math for fun.
Not only me, but here's the thing. The way remembering the future works is through what's called the Phoenix sequence. And this is where you add any 2 numbers together to get a third number, then the second to the third to the fourth, etc. When you get to the 8th iteration, you divide the 2 numbers together and you're on the golden mean, which is the slope of increase for the universe. Everything lays out on this: DNA, planets, the periodic chart, everything lays out on this slope.
Right.
Well, in Mendelbrot math, rather than add numbers together, what they do is solve an equation. They take the solution to the equation and plug it back into the front of the equation again. And what happens is you go smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, but the pattern stays exactly the same forever.
So is it kind of like the Fibonacci sequence, but different?
But it's a measure of roughness. For instance, if you were to take a 1 mile long yardstick and you were to measure the east coast of the United States, you could come up with a number. But if you took 100-yard long yardstick, the coast would be longer. If you came up with if you used a 10-foot one, a 1 foot, a 1 inch yardstick, you'd get exactly the same coastline, but it would be longer. You'd be able to dive deeper into the resolution. So this is
You're losing me. I'm sorry, Brooks. You are losing me.
Let me jump in for a second.
Measures 36 inches, right?
Manifestation is the clarity of your image out in the future. And then that energy goes out in all directions, including the past, which is where you are now. And so, like I said, the more realistic the more possible that manifestation is, the less energy it takes to make it happen.
Let me jump in for a second because that's in these documents as well. They talk about the fractal nature. I mean, they're not wording it like this, but the fractal nature of these thought holograms and how when you break them down, they still contain all of the data of the original hologram, but they contain it more distorted. And you're absolutely right. It is about how clearly you can project this hologram into space.
Right.
Or into the universe is the way they put it. I would say the universe is actually inside of us. I don't really trust too much what I see in the sky because it's all really, when you think about it, and I know you'll disagree with me on this, Brooks, but when you think about it, it's all theoretical. We've never been there. We don't know what we're looking at. We're looking at a bunch of lights and that's it. But the universe on the inside, I think everybody's been to that universe on the inside.
Well, some people don't remember it. I agree with you in the sense that the Big Bang never happened. The whole universe is still the singularity. It's only human consciousness and human observation that has slowed it down to where we can behold distance between things.
Wow.
Mrs. Gio, your thoughts?
Not really, except I'm agreeing with everything you're saying, and everything you've said so far is everything that I would say. So it's like,
well, let's think about consciousness here for a second, because one of the big things that the New Agers say is that we're fractals of ourselves and that we're existing on multiple timelines. I don't feel like I'm fractured, though. I feel like I'm whole in this timeline.
Yeah.
Maybe you can help me clear this up as well, because to me, time is linear. And the reason for that is because it's hard to imagine something. And again, this is in these documents too. I've had this hypothesis before I read these documents, but then I read these documents and it just kind of added to the hypothesis that time is defined by energy and motion. And so if there is motion, there's always going to be a factor of time there. And the only way that we can get to a state of no time at all is when energy is infinite and along with the space being infinite as well. And so there is no sequence of time because there is essentially no motion. So I think the New Agers have it wrong that time is all happening at the exact same time and that we're fractals of our consciousness all overlaid upon one another. I think that's just a trap to make us think that we're fractured people, but I feel like a whole consciousness. Can you help clear that up at all?
Yeah. Because in space, time is measured in terms of distance, how far light can travel in a year. So we talk about light years. But at the speed of light, there isn't any distance because mass becomes infinity. In other words, if you're a photon and you're leaving the star Arcturus and headed for Earth, from Earth's point of view, it takes so many light years for you to arrive. But from the photon's point of view, there's no path. You're instantly at Earth because time goes to zero. Or if you really want to look at the other side of the equation, distance becomes zero, which means mass is infinity. Everything is still the singularity. It's still, the singularity. And it is actually our observation that has slowed everything down. Think of it this way. We're the only beings in this universe that we know of that can behold time. You can't teach your dog about tomorrow. It's just not going to get a concept of it. We are the ones that perceive time. And the fact that we perceive it is what creates it.
Right.
So I guess that would come to the age-old question, if a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound? Well, if there's no observer there to hear the sound, then the motion of the air from the tree falling just keeps on going and lands on nothing at all. So theoretically, there is no sound.
Well, you have to qualify that and say if there's no sentient observer, but there are observers. There are all the animals, there are all the plants, everything that are in there. They observe it too, and they have consciousness. It's just they're not conscious. They're conscious. We are.
Interesting. In this documentation as well, they also mentioned how subatomic particles, they when they're split, their twin can be on the other end of the universe, but they can communicate instantaneously.
Entanglement, right?
Distance.
So yeah, they talked about out of body experiences and how people can travel out of body. Say I'm right here up in Washington, I can come down to Dallas, Texas out of body. But the interesting thing about this article is they said that the observer, the person that's doing the out of body, doesn't actually go and observe the actual present moment. So what they did is they did a test with a bunch of computer generated numbers, and they sent all of these people out of body to go view these numbers. They were coming back, first of all, with enough numbers to quantify that they were, I don't know if that's the right way to use it, we'll just use that for lack of a better term, to quantify that they were indeed viewing the numbers, but they were coming out of sequence sometimes. And so they weren't coming back with the numbers exactly. But what they found is that when the numbers would change, they would come back with numbers from the past. So they weren't actually observing the present moment. Like I wasn't actually going to Dallas, Texas to view what's going on there, but rather I'm going more to like a database and pulling out a moment of what happened in Dallas, Texas at that particular time, which is why the atoms are able to communicate faster than the speed of light with each other on the other end of the universe, because they're not actually communicating with each other, but rather they're grabbing information about one another from some kind of database or source, central source that exists within a small space. What do you think about that?
In 2009, I was talking to Dr. Jim Bell, who runs the Mars rover program on Mars. And I asked him, what's the biggest drawback of the program? And he said the hardest part about it is we have grad students, they'll write a program, they'll send it to Mars, which takes about 8 minutes to get there. Marsis would pick the program up, download it to Opportunity or Spirit at the time, which was on Mars. It would run the program, gather the data, shoot it back up to the Marsis, which is the orbiter that goes around Mars. It would line up with Earth, shoot the message back to Earth, and it would take about 16 minutes round trip. And he said this just makes grad students old before their time. And I said, why don't you build a beryllium ion modem? And he said, what's a beryllium ion modem? I said, this is where you take a beryllium ion and you split it in two, and you send half of the ion to Mars and you leave the other half here. And then you switch the electron spin on this ion, and the electron spin will change instantaneously on the ion that's on Mars, ones and zeros. Now you have a direct call to Mars, real time. And the interesting is, I think very soon that modem, he said, why? I never heard of that. I said, well, because it hasn't been invented yet, Jim, but that's how it works. When it is invented, you will not only be able to do that kind of communication, but you'll be able to receive messages from other parts of the universe that are already sending messages. We just don't hear them yet because we don't have the receiver set up. Once we get the receiver set up, we're going to get the first intelligent information from another race somewhere else in the universe. And it's going to change everything.
Wow. So what do you think? Here I am interviewing on your own show. What do you think about the idea of holographic simulation? Because we have, for example, Professor Gates, who was examining string theory and came back and said that he found a computer code within string theory that was a self-correcting computer code, but it was written by a guy named Claude Shannon in the 1940s. So that to me is it's just a piece of evidence that I can put in the table of computer simulation. But then you also have, for example, the way that atoms work, and the way that they can communicate long distances to each other, the double slit experiment, to where they act differently when they're observed, for example. And then things like what Elon Musk says, for example. And I think that he is spot on when he says this. If an intelligence can create an artificial simulation, it will. And if there are aliens out there, species that are light years ahead of us, there's more than he said there was 1 in a billion chance that we're not in a simulation if the universe is as vast and as old as it is. we're creating a computer simulation right now within this reality. We have virtual reality. We're, just a few steps away from plugging ourselves into the machine and not being able to distinguish that world from this world. We may not see it in our generation, but the next generation will definitely see something like that. So all probability is showing that we've probably plugged ourselves into a machine, and this is the reality that we're experiencing right now. What do you think about that?
Well, we have a lot of thoughts about this, and for physicists, it's all about possibilities. I will say this: March 19th and 20th in Sedona, we have a conference on this called Beyond the Matrix, and we're going to try to split this open live at that conference.
Excellent. Any thoughts, Luckee?
So,
I've just taken over the show here.
That's okay. That's quite all right. You're welcome. This is your station. You can do whatever you want.
No. I'll be quiet and let you lead, Luckee.
Did you see what I got?
You have the ISIS pendant.
Oh, neat.
That was blessed in Egypt in the subterranean chamber and the Queen's chamber of the Great Pyramid. Yes. Oh, very nice.
Isn't it? Blue. Look at that blue. Look at that color blue on it.
What? Oh, it's a scarab beetle.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful.
Yeah. We're going to talk about jewelry, and we're going to talk about transcendental meditation.
It's transcendental meditation.
Oh, no, God.
With a tiara and some Joan Crawford doomy heels. It's a whole new type of meditation that led by Alex Jones.
Yeah, that's...
9/11 was an inside job. 9/11 was an inside job. Every time I think about Alex Jones, that's what I hear. I've actually been interviewed on his program, though, and he was a very decent guy, I thought. He just plays Alex Jones on the TV.
Alex, yeah, he's a character, for sure. Yeah. I've met him a couple of times, and he's a character.
Yep.
But there is one thing for sure, and that is that there is a war on our mind. And really, the battlefield is in consciousness. So what these documents
really
brought me to is the idea that they've been using the state-to-state waves, for example, and these wave states. You go into when you watch television for about 15 minutes. So they embed all of these thoughts within the collective consciousness. Then they harness the collective consciousness to actually manipulate reality and change reality to their whatever reality that they want. And I've always said that government comes from two words. It's Latin and a Greek word, gubernatio and mente. Gubernatio means to control. Mente means the mind of the masses, or the mind. Government literally is mind control of the masses. And so I asked myself, when the presidential elections come up, for example, who do I want controlling my mind? This is my anarchist part of me coming out. Who do I want controlling my mind? Do I want Trump or do I want Clinton? No, I want to control my own mind. So I think if we take a playbook out of that, take a page out of that playbook, we'll start to realize that we need to control our minds, nobody else.
Yep.
Or you can just tune into TFR and we'll do it for you, whatever you want.
There you go.
That's also the only other benign option that there is out there.
I like messing with the AI on purpose.
Yep. And we're going to mess with the AI.
All right, we're going to mute during the break so we don't get copyright. Copy wrong.
Copy wrong. Cute.
All right. This is fantastic, guys. Thank you very much for having us on.
Oh, this is amazing.
Yeah.
So much fun.
I'll let you in on a little secret. We have been talking to a provider that is looking to, first of all, get us off Skype completely, because Skype has been garbage. And second of all, that's going to be able to incorporate video stream into the TFR shows. And
long overdue.
Yeah.
This will be great.
Yeah. It's through Zoom.
Yeah.
But
Zoom, I was like,
yeah.
Brooks told you about that, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but Zoom, I talked to them, and actually they were on a conference call with me earlier, and they were kind of pissed off because their engineers all got together. And then I said, nope, I got to go do Luckee show, and we had to reschedule them. But I mean, you know, if they want our business, they're gonna have to earn it. So that's the way I see it. But
Right
no,
on.
we're gonna pay them for all the customization and stuff that we need in order to be able to incorporate that, and we'll be able to take calls. That's the one thing that their engineers have to figure out is how can we continue to take calls.
We can't take calls.
Yeah. So
37F.
so they're going to incorporate that in for us, and we should be rocking and rolling, and we should have a video stream on TFR.
We're going to take off.
That's
Because
awesome.
every single one of the radio apps out there has a hard time streaming our content because there are so many people listening.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Chris, I have to interject something. Do you remember? Okay. I want you to remember back to 2012. Wait a minute. Hang on a second. 2010, 11, 12. I think it was 2012. At the beginning of 2012 or the last part of 2011. Do you remember when you said that you wanted to have, hang on a second. You were doing TFR radio.
Right.
You were copywriting it.
Mm-hmm.
And Chris, you said then you were asking me what did I think about it. I was like, yeah, you need to go ahead and get the TV station too. You need to copyright anything on that too.
Oh,
it wasn't
KTFRN. That's what it was. KTFRN.
I didn't come on.
Network. I was talking about for Chris when he.
I didn't come on TFR till January of 2014.
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Chris.
Oh.
Chris and I were talking back when I was living in Belgrade.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah. But
What did I say then?
yeah, we've got that all set up
told you.
already. Nothing's going to change as far as the domain. We'll still have tfrlive.com because it's TFR Live. I'm glad we made that switch because Truth Frequency Radio, it was very long and very difficult for people to type into their into their mobile. And you know, I'm looking at the statistics, and about 70% of people are on mobile or tablets. Desktops are going away. It's
Right.
Everybody has to think mobile first from here on out. Do we need to reconnect?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. We're waiting for Luckee to give us the thumbs up that her copyrighted music is not playing. Because people like to use copyrighted music instead of licensing their own stuff. So, what's on the twins' mind today?
Nothing much really. I've got a headache. I'm not sure if I think it's this it's allergies from the weather changing and all of the leaves falling and everything. It always gives me like hay fever kind of stuff every October. It happens every October. Not sure why. Are we back?
I don't know.
Not sure.
I'm so burned out on doing shows.
Me too.
We're going on, I think, with Clyde Lewis tomorrow night. I'm waiting for the final confirmation, but they asked
Looks
if we
like
can
it's
come
going to
on
be tomorrow.
tomorrow night.
Okay.
Yeah. And we'll save my energy for that.
Yeah, me too. I don't think we're going to keep it going after this. I think we need rest.
I think they're still doing their thing.
Okay, cool.
They haven't done the Luckee report.
Oh, yeah, Luckee needs to do her report.
Yep. So I'm sorry if we seem out of it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. We've been doing tons of shows lately. And,
Tons of shows.
Yeah. Oh, and then we're on the
there we
portal
are.
on Friday night.
Oh, yeah. We're going on Brent's show on Friday night.
FSC, not MOS, but
Tell me about it.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what. Again, I'm going to try this one more time, and after this, I'm not going to ask anymore. Are you familiar with the military occupational specialty, Chris, in the Army? It's 37F.
37F.
No idea.
That sounds like the remote viewing people.
Close. How about PSYOPs?
Oh,
PSYOPs.
Okay. Yeah, I knew it had something to do with that. Yeah.
That's for real. It's psychological operations specialist.
That's what you are?
Yep. No, me, no. I was Marine Corps police. casting no aspersions on the Army. But psychological operations specialist, attend military police one station unit training, which combines Army basic combat training and other things. So the thing is, that's also intelligence analyst. So be advised that, there's some things. I do have a couple questions for you, because I'm wondering if, okay, in regards to that documentation that you got a hold of. All right. Mm-hmm. When was it put online, and when was it first published? Do you have anything?
Well, according to what I'm reading, it was put online October 13th of this year. However, it says that it was approved for release September 10th of 2003, and it was published.
It took them 15 years to put it online.
According to the information that I have, but that information could be wrong. Okay. But I didn't look. I don't think there is. They sent me a direct link to the PDF, so there wasn't any additional documentation besides this actual document. But according to the person that sent it, he said it was published October 13th, which was just a few days ago. It was written June 9th, 1983.
Wow. June 9th, 1983. That was the Reagan era?
That's 5 years.
Yeah.
Say again, what?
That's 35 years ago.
I remember 83. It was a good year, man.
Our entire lives, at least our generations, our entire lives, we've been subjected to this type of mind control.
Yep, on TV
and we didn't
radio.
know it.
Yep.
The waves, and now when you think about the technology that they've introduced to us, like 5G now, we've got 5G. Okay. And let me tell you something, with that phone, when I've got my phone in my pocket at work, this thing is frying my skin. I can feel it. I can feel the waves going through my skin and the tissue, up from my pocket. Okay. I can feel it when I'm holding it. I can feel it going through my fingertips. I can feel that energy coming through there. And I'm bothered by that.
There's two types of 4G. There's 4G and then there's 4G LTE. It sounds like you have a 4G LTE. And check and see if you do, because I had one of those too, and it was burning my side literally because it's a microwave. It's emitting microwave.
Yeah.
4G is microwave
LTE
technology, but the LTE, is like a super hyper microwave technology. I don't know why they're using that. It's like more concentrated, but
they're going to tax us on cigarettes and alcohol because it might be bad for you.
Yeah.
But this stuff.
And the kids these days, like I have a 2-year-old niece and she calls me on Facebook 4 times a day. She goes through YouTube and she knows how to do the YouTube. Yeah, they have like this. I know I saw the look that you gave. She has this. They have this Facebook for kids stuff that the parents can set up for them. Now they can't interact with anybody, and they, it's all completely
it's a closed community.
It's closed, closed community, completely monitored. All that. I'm pretty sure all the video calls are recorded and all that. And they can only call the people that they pre-select. But she'll call me 4 or 5 times a day, and she's 2 years old. At 2 years old. I mean, we were still playing with Transformers and trying to stack Legos together and stuff like that. I remember looking at the big Legos, going, wow, how do these go together? And now these kids are on these iPads and they live off of them. So it's almost as if
the 2 years old, in my generation were playing with the poop in the toilet. Okay, so that's a big graduation there, Chris.
Well, they're still doing the same motion.
Generation.
They're still doing the same motion. It's just on the tablet now.
Yep.
Okay.
They're learning.
My generation, this is an upgrade. And the next generation is kind of a hybrid. They don't really know how to deal with this neural network. But the next generation, they're kids. They're hardwired to this. This is part of their neural network. It's a global community now. They're growing up with it.
Yeah.
They're going to come out with brain chips already installed in them before they even come out of the womb.
You know what? You just mentioned something that I was thinking about. Okay, because we were talking about the chips put in people, and it was back in. Hang on a minute. I'm trying to remember when it was. I think it was during. Yeah, when the 3 of us were on Prison Planet. Okay, we were talking a lot about that and anti-Illuminati. Remember him? I'm sure you guys remember him. And the technology stuff that's going on. Huh?
Oh no, I was going to say, yeah, I do remember him. We had him on
Yeah.
our show one time, and we were interviewing him, and he's like, "Mom, I'm doing a radio interview." He was in his basement. He was the funniest thing in the world.
Did y'all hear about that iPhone thing that you you put it on your iPhone and it holds your baby's bottle for him, and then like you can just play on your phone like this and it holds the bottle so you don't have to look at your baby.
Watch it. See what happens. Oh, I can't see that. Because I will smack excuse me, I'm going to cuss on my show. I will smack the dog shit if I see a woman doing that. All right, you interact with your baby. You take care of your baby.
My 9-year-old grandson can now hold his own bottle. He's pretty cool.
Aww.
Wait a minute, how old is he now?
He's I don't know, 2 weeks, something like that.
It's called the swipe and feed. Feed your baby while using your phone. The latest baby bottle accessory that finally gives parents the chance to feed their baby while using their smartphone.
Well, if you think about
Chris,
this,
so we can put it on the screen.
Like you said, things don't change. They really don't change. You said, your generation was playing with poop in the toilet at 2 years old. This generation is
playing with our phone
playing
while
with our
feeding our
phones and the
baby.
tablets and stuff, and they're doing the same motion.
Yeah.
And then they grow up and they become these left liberal NPCs, and they're still just stirring the shit, stirring the shit, stirring the shit. Nothing ever changes.
Things never change. Check it out on Facebook.
I don't think I ever poop without my phone.
Right.
I gotta have a phone. It's just something to do.
Well, I grew up, and as you did, Brooks, in a time before we had phones. And so I can leave the house with no problem. I don't have my phone with me. I don't panic, anything like that. Some of these kids, they'll panic. They will have panic attacks when they see their battery starting to drain. And it's... Yeah, it's like I remember a time when we didn't have phones connected everywhere. And that's when we were freest to do whatever the hell we wanted. We could ride in the back of pickup trucks. We could climb trees. We could build forts. We can build skate ramps.
Ride a bicycle without a helmet.
We can go down the street without CPS being called on us. These phones, essentially, they're leashes.
Mm-hmm.
What's that, Brooks?
We could drive without a seatbelt.
Oh, yeah, that was... Did you know that, Chris? There was a time when we could drive without a seatbelt.
There was a time when you can go to court and get into a car accident and say, "I'm sorry, I was drunk," and they would dismiss it.
That is true.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's true.
Well, if I can say something controversial here, and people may not like this.
This is the show to do it on it.
Yeah, but we hear about all these cases of these girls drinking too much of them being taken advantage of. Number one, as I said before, I think the guys should protect their female friends. But ultimately, if that same girl got behind the wheel of a car and killed somebody, she would be responsible for her actions while she was intoxicated. Why is the same not applying? Why is there not any level of responsibility?
Exactly. I do think that women should be just... I'm sorry, go ahead, Brooks.
Reckless vagina. I get that.
Jesus! You thought you were being controversial, Chris? Really?
Oh.
Jesus.
Wow.
Amazon just sold out of pussy hats.
Yep. They're back ordered.
Hey, you know what they say, though? Find a need and fill it.
Oh, Chris.
Oh, no.
You did not just.
Yes, he did.
You guys, I'm so sorry. My husband is who he is.
Hey, it's a good thing we don't... I'm glad that men have not been dumbed down enough to put phallus hats on themselves, because...
Wait till next week. That's going to happen next.
Hey, it wouldn't change a thing. We would still call you dickheads, okay?
Right, exactly.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, this show just went totally topsy-turvy. We went everywhere on this one, didn't we? That's okay.
Well,
if we're on a radio station out there, if somebody's pirating our show and taking and airing it, that's what you get for not having permission.
I don't know. We used to have a few people that picked us up, but I haven't heard from them in a long time. I'm pretty sure they've heard enough on TFR to just go, what? There was a guy screaming on our station that they are effing children in the A. And he said it multiple times. And it was right. We were talking with Sirius XM to get our station included on Sirius, like we did with iHeart. And it was at that time, and then Sirius just cut off communication with me. And they had a change of program director over there who handles all of that. And I'm able to speak to the new program director. And that's something that I'm trying to work on and reforge that relationship. But yeah, we had this guy screaming they're going to F children in the A.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, and he was screaming it literally. It was horrible.
Yeah.
So it's not that we're trying to censor ourselves, but how about we put a little absorbent to take some of the acid out of the words,
Well, babies listen to the show, like literal babies, because the mothers, what we noticed with Beyond the Veil, the mothers will listen to our show while the baby's in the womb. The baby comes out and 3-4 months old. They hear our voices and they're glued to YouTube while the moms are watching this. And one mom sent us a video of the baby, and the baby's just fixated on us. And then we get
so cute.
Once we made this public, we got more messages, and they're like, "Oh yeah, my baby's just really just drawn to your voice. I don't know what it is. The babies just love your voices." And I'm like, oh, well, I need to watch my language.
We need to watch what we
I didn't
say
realize
now.
we have 4-month-old kids listening now. But that gives me hope for the future.
Yes, it does. It does indeed. And I'm glad that you've got the new generation that's coming up, and you're in their ear already. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to say that for those of you who are new to TFR and new to the chat room and stuff, you're listening for the first time to this show and or to Chris and Sheree. You need to know these people have been prescient about what was coming down the pike, and not that alarmist fashion. It was all no fear, no hype, no hate. Okay. And they knew it way back then. And that's why I've been in their corner ever since. Tell the truth, get the truth out there, and continue pursuing, deeper beyond the veil, of course, but in love and in spirit. And that's why I've supported them all the way through.
You have been, like I said, our longest friend. I mean, we've known you for 13
years now.
13 years, going all the way back. And you've been there through everything, even before all this started. Mm-hmm. And so you've seen the journey, the roller coaster.
God.
Left and right and up and down and everything.
Through.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not that, but I mean how the way things have shifted in a sense that, we used to believe this one thing until more information came to the surface. Then we changed our perspective. And it's been an ever-evolving journey. And I feel that if people are still stuck in the same place that they are, 10, 15, 20 years ago, they're not really taking in any new information,
and they're not growing.
Yeah, like Alex Jones, for example, they just say, you know what, I'm tired of doing what I'm doing. I'm tired of the conspiracies. I'm just going to go mainstream. And there's a much bigger audience going mainstream, and he's doing really well for himself. He's selling a lot of product and so on and so forth. And that's fine. But people need to understand the perspectives that we have here. Like, you have people that are there for the truth. You have people that are stuck on their conspiracies. You have people that are moving more towards mainstream for monetary reasons and this and that. Everybody's doing it for a different reason. But it's up to the listener to really discern and understand for themselves. Put things into the proper perspective. Stop watching CNN and Fox News and think that they have anything less than an agenda, for example. If you want real truth, if you want, honest reporting, TFR is your protection from deception.
Hey, speaking of which,
this is where the truth freaks hang out.
I love that term.
It is cool. I liked it too. But I want to make an announcement for those of you who don't know, but you know who Joe Joseph is. He's coming back. Wait a minute, Chris. That is true, right? He is coming back.
I haven't heard anything about this.
Chris, you're playing with me, right? Okay. Because I saw the show poster and everything. It's like Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern time. He's going to be on TFR Live. He's come back by popular demand, and because Kevin Baker kept on having a fit. So yeah, he's coming back, and I'm so happy. He's going to be bringing Melissa Melton with him, and or was that Dykes? Is that her last name now?
Dykes.
Melissa. Okay, Dykes. It is Dykes. Okay, yeah. I didn't. I was getting it backwards. Her maiden versus married name, but yeah. So we're happy to get him back on here. Yay! I think it's awesome.
Is consent.
Yes, silence is consent. I used to have that bumper sticker. I can't find it now.
I have some here. We can send you some.
Yeah, send me some of those
Yeah,
because
but no, Joe-
I'm gonna start doing anarchist type of bumper stickers all over the posts and everything like that. Screw it, man. Because silence is consent, right?
Yeah,
By the way,
Joe will be back. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say just a little bit, like a few days or maybe a couple of weeks. Donald Trump's going to be in this building right over here, and he's going to set an attendance record for a presidential speech. Should be about 53 or 54,000 people in one building for a rally.
Excellent.
Nice.
Excellent. What are they rallying for, though? Because he's already in office.
No. He's rallying for Ted Cruz.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Gotcha.
now
Gotcha.
The Irishman that claims to be Hispanic who's being funded by Hollywood.
I heard he was 1/1000th of a percentage of Native American.
No, that's Elizabeth Warren. Isn't that disgusting what she's done?
They actually found out, though, that she does have some Native American blood in her.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently
South
she
America.
does. From South America.
South America, not America. Not
She's
North
Brazilian.
America. South America.
Her genealogy today, actually, her ancestors, they worked for the Tennessee militia and they rounded up the Cherokee.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Oh,
embarrassing.
that's gotta hurt.
That's embarrassing.
Done. It stings. It stings big time.
You know,
Okay, guys,
I saw a it was like one of those Maury shows. It was Geraldo, I think it was, back from the 80s. And they had a KKK member on there. He was like a grand wizard, and they did a DNA test on him, and they found out that he had African American DNA in him. Yeah.
That is beautiful justice. That's poetic.
But I do want to plug Joe Joseph, because yes, we're very happy to have Joe back on the station. He's going to be doing Thursdays from, I want to say 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock Pacific. Phoenix has moved to 1 hour. So he's going to take up that hour there. And then on Tuesdays as well, Paul on the Plane is going to be taking up the 2-hour slot there starting next month. So so yeah, it'll be a nice full schedule.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. And I encourage everybody to, become members of TFRlive.com, support the station, and that way we can have great content like this. We can have great content even more so 24/7. I would like to see a full live show schedule going on.
Sure.
We also got another new host. Her name is Nikki, and she comes on Friday nights. Oh, she's a firecracker. I love this girl.
Down under.
Huh?
She's from down under.
She,
curl your lip again like that. Say it again.
Nikki is a superstar. She is awesome.
Yeah,
She's been a friend of ours on Facebook for a long time. And she was so excited and so nervous. She didn't really know how to work Skype very well. She did all the training a couple of hours before, and she just nailed the first show completely. I mean, she was on fire. The content was fantastic. She was bringing on her guests, doing all of that. She mastered everything so quickly. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a show that really takes off, and it's already resonating with so many people. And we need, like I said, more female energy on TFR. It's just hard to find the right female energy because I mean, same with the male energy too, but we have seen some psychos in the past, and I think we know what I'm talking about. And they, yeah. So they wind up getting out of the mental hospital somehow. Like,
yeah.
They go to the mental hospitals, and we're like, oh yeah, okay, it's over. And then they get out.
They
and
get
it's
out.
Like, why did you let them out?
Why did you let her out?
You let her out?
It's like in The Ring.
You helped her? You're not supposed to help her.
Okay,
God.
I want to change the channel here for just a second. You ready? I do want you to talk about iLife, and because you guys are better versed at it than I am, all I know is that it works. Okay,
it does work.
So I don't argue with that.
It does work.
Yeah, I've got my bottle in there, so I know it works. But you tell.
iLife, AYALife.com is the website. Thank you, first of all, for giving me the opportunity to plug this, because it's a 99% pure CBD oil. But it's beyond that. There's a synergy with the ayahuasca vine, the extract from the ayahuasca vine. Now, the ayahuasca vine is considered the healer in the ayahuasca brew. There's another component called the chacruna. The chacruna and the ayahuasca mixed together make the traditional ayahuasca tea, and the chacruna has the DMT in it, which is the psychoactive component. But they consider that the helper plant. They don't consider that the healer. So I got to thinking in an ayahuasca experience, what can really create a great synergy? And the plants spoke to me. And the plants said the synergy is between the hemp plant and the ayahuasca vine. Combine the two together, get a 99% pure CBD extract, and then infuse that into USDA certified coconut oil. Now, of course, the ayahuasca didn't say USDA certified. That was something that I, thought of myself later. But it was like, look, you need coconuts, you need raspberry, you need the ayahuasca vine, you need the hemp, you need these, all these different things that will create this synergy. So we put it together. And I thought to myself, when we first shipped it out, I thought, well, it's a really good CBD oil, but it's just that. It's just another CBD oil. That's it. People started using it, and they were writing us and telling us this is the best product that they've ever used. Not only just the best CBD product, but the best product hands down. The synergy is just so alive when you take it that people are feeling it like with one dose. They'll take it before bed and they'll go right to sleep, or they'll take it when they wake up and then it gives them energy. And I started to realize after people started writing me so many times and saying, hey, it's taking care of my tennis elbow. Hey, it's helping me sleep better. Hey, it's giving me more energy. We're getting all these different types of things that people are experiencing. I realized that the key to this isn't that it's treating any of the symptoms, but rather what it's doing is it's bringing people back to center. And that's why it gives more people energy that need energy, and it helps people sleep who need to sleep. It's not actually giving you energy. It's not actually helping you sleep. It's bringing you back to a normal state. Mm-hmm. And that's what makes Aya Life different. AYALife.com.
My oldest son just went to work for Spring Life as a lab manager. And Spring Life is, I guess, one of the biggest cannabis oil producers in the country. So it's a commercial company that's producing CB oils, and
that's fantastic.
That's pretty wild. I mean, it's a growing industry.
It's not only that, but it's something that works, and the federal government knows that it works. They just legalized CBD on a federal level. However, they only legalized it for the pharmaceutical industry. Now, it's legal in all 50 states because the states don't consider this to be it's THC free. It's 100% THC free. We're required by the law of, at least for our state, to put contains less than 0.03% THC. And they want to see that specific wording. And I'm like, well, it's 100% THC free. And they're like, no, we want that specific wording. So they called us and we had to put that on our website. But we tested it and there's no THC in it whatsoever. Are we coming up to the break? I mean, coming up to the end of the show.
Are.
Oh. So anyways,
AyaLife.com,
AyaLife.com. But it ships worldwide.
Yes, indeed. And please get it, folks. Do not play around. You got to get the relief. You need it. Okay. It's fantastic. Okay. And we are coming to the end of the show.
All right, I have muted them so we don't get copyright. All right, I think we should wrap it up. I'm tired.
I think we should too. I'm
You're
exhausted,
tired. Yeah.
and we still are going to go on Clyde's show tomorrow. It looks like probably. We're kind of 60-40 on it, and then
I hope I didn't disconnect her too quickly.
And then Friday we're going on Paranormal Portal with Brent Thomas on TFR Live. And then Saturday we do our own show. So we'll be back with you guys, at least, we think so, tomorrow, but definitely Friday and most assuredly Saturday. So.
Well, I'd like to keep it going for just a little bit longer if that is okay with you.
Okay.
Because I want to get in the Beyond the Veil frequency. I want to end the show on the Beyond the Veil frequency.
You're right.
So let's take a quick break, chop it up a little bit, get the energies right, and we'll come back and see if there's anything that's on our minds, just simply because people have taken the time to spend with us. So I want to give a little bit extra to everybody that's hanging out with us. So we'll be right back. Oh.
You're going to live in a tank and be tied into this virtual world. You'll be able to wire your head in and just get unlimited pleasure. It'll feel like 10 times the best orgasm for 3 days if you want straight. They're taking the DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. The DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. The DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. The DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. The DMT. There's the owners of Truth Frequency Radio. They believe they're communicating with entities they call them clockwork elves. I'm not going to get into what they're interfacing with. They believe they're in contact with off-world groups. Chris Geo, Truth Frequency Radio, he takes it. You see the elves, little green hats. We're in trouble, ladies and gentlemen. We're in trouble. The clockwork elves, all of it, I shouldn't even get into it. There's a reason they're all whacked out of their minds. They're taking DMT. And the point is that their whole science is way ahead. We don't even know what they've got. They're in power because they're taking the DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. Chris Geo took the DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. Chris Geo took the DMT. You think they're all a bunch of old men? They're in power because they were into this stuff 70 years ago. The DMT. They were jacking DMT 70 years ago. They were injecting it. They're taking the DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. Chris Geo took the DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. Truth Frequency Radio took the DMT. I shouldn't even get into it.
My fellow travelers, always remember to walk uprightly and circumscribe your desires as we travel upon the level of time to that undiscovered state of consciousness. Traveling to the place where once obtained, no traveler returns. The place of raw consciousness which awaits us when we have passed beyond the veil.
All right, let's jump back into it, try to raise the frequency up a little bit with some of our Beyond the Veil people. You know, the politics is politics. It comes from the Greek, from two words, poli, which means a lot, and ticks, which means parasites. So politics is... I'm just kidding about that. Doesn't really do that. Gubernatio and mente, really, government does come from mind control, but it's a little joke. Politics comes from a lot of parasites. And that's what we have when we discuss politics. And I mean, we're discussing the parasites, and we get parasites sometimes too. So I don't like to keep the I don't like to keep the topics focused on that for too long. But I do have some thoughts about the social atmosphere that we have, and I like to let those thoughts out every once in a while, and Luckee is an awesome host to do that. I felt like I kind of took over her show, though, when I started interviewing them. I think it's because I see the Beyond the Veil thing here right in front of me, so it's just kind of like, I guess, instinct to say. Take us away, Luckee. What do you think?
What do you think on your own show?
But
That's my twin.
I sent you that link, and if you log into my YouTube
I already did.
and click on that link, you can see all the comments. If there's anything that pops out at you, let's go over that. If not, we'll keep it really short, really sweet, and we'll do that. But I've already fed the twin earlier today, so she's fed. She's been watered as well, and
like I'm a horse. Nay.
So yeah, she just needs to be rubbed a little bit later.
Yeah, my head hurts, but other than that, I'm good.
So what's been going on in the news now is that apparently 4chan decided to unleash a bunch of NPC memes, which was what we were supposed to talk about with Luckee. But I think that's what we're going to be talking about with Clyde, as well as the Egypt stuff and stuff like that, all over Twitter. And so they're calling the left side of the people, the left wing of the United States, I guess, the left wing of the bird. All these crazy protesters, SJWs, hive mind type individuals, they're calling them NPCs and memes, and it's actually pretty funny. Like, I'm just like cracking up over this. But
some of these memes are actually really funny.
Yeah, some of them are really clever. Like, I'm working on one right now, but don't rip me off on this, all right? Because I want to show you this meme here, but it's not quite finished, and I'm going to finish it after the show. But it says, "Oh, you think the Matrix is your ally? You merely adopted the Matrix. We were born in it, molded by it. We didn't see source until we were already a hive mind." But what I still want to do is add a little Bane mask to each and every one of these.
Yeah.
So I'm working on that one right now. But it's memes like that, and Twitter has just flat out banned everybody using the NPC meme.
My favorite lately has been MSNPC.
MSNPC, yes. I was like, that is golden. That is
awesome.
Freaking awesome. And yeah, I mean, some of the 4chan people, they're actually pretty funny and pretty insightful and all of that. So yeah, but they're aiming it more towards the liberals, and it's not a liberal thing. It's the true meaning of an NPC is somebody that is born in this matrix, that exists within the matrix, that's not an organic consciousness, and you have them in all walks of life. Like, the opposite end of the spectrum is the hardcore Trump supporters, the ones that don't listen to reason or anything like that.
Yeah, they're NPCs,
they're NPCs
too.
as well. Like, it's just when you're stuck in a program and you can't get out of that program, you're probably an NPC, or if you're an organic consciousness, you are so heavily programmed that you need some hardcore deprogramming. Now, I would say that, we were watching a Paul Joseph Watson video earlier, and I can't stand this guy. Like, he just, I don't know. I've never been able to, I've never resonated with him. It's just an energy thing. And at the end of the video, he ends it by going, well, we're all NPCs. And I'm like, no, dude, you are an NPC. And here we have a situation where NPCs are talking about NPCs, and they're becoming self-aware, and they're becoming aware that they are indeed NPCs. And so, I posted this meme up earlier, and I'm sure it pissed a lot of the NPCs off. I tend to piss people off on Facebook, so just a warning, don't follow me on Facebook if you are very sensitive, but you probably shouldn't even be listening to Beyond the Veil if you're very sensitive, because we talk about some topics that sometimes can be ego shattering. That's it. So NPCs on the mainstream media and alt media have become self-aware. Welcome to 5D Earth. Let the game begin. And this is what I was talking about just a couple of weeks ago about the 5D Earth deception, and how the Matrix is supposed to be balanced. NPCs are supposed to exist in the third dimension, and they're supposed to be third dimensional beings, and that's it. We're the ones that are supposed to be progressing through the game, the organic consciousness. But when NPCs are not only infected with the virus, and they have a grip of the hive mind, now they're ascending into 5D. Well, what is 5D? What is 5D Earth? 5D is the ability to be telepathic, manifest reality, quicker manifestations of intentions and things like that. That's not supposed to be abilities that the NPCs are supposed to have, but there's been such a push to raise consciousness to the 5D, to raise Earth as a whole to 5D, which in my understanding causes an imbalance in the machine. Now, people would disagree with me, and people have disagreed with me, and I love it when people disagree with me because it gives me an opportunity to have a good discussion with somebody. I appreciate people that agree with me, but I definitely don't want to surround myself with an echo chamber. I welcome this kind of stuff. As long as we're meeting upon the level and we're looking eye to eye at one another when we're discussing our ideas and things like that, I think it's the most productive kinds of conversation. And he said, I look forward to a world where NPCs are elevated, and trying to dumb them down or keep them dumbed down is not a world that I want to live in. And I said, look, it's not about dumbing people down or not dumbing people down. It's not like all of a sudden when they shift up to 5D, they're going to have this awakened consciousness and they're going to want to live in harmony with one another and so on and so forth. They're still going to be affected by the virus. They're still going to be connected to the hive mind. It's just their abilities now are going to start to expand. And when they collectively manifest reality around us, they can do it much quicker. The programming coming through the television, so on and so forth. We're not at a point physically where 5D Earth is something that would be positive. I mean, I would say that it's not ever supposed to shift into 5D. It's supposed to be 3D. Organic consciousness is supposed to shift up and down. And let me give you an example. So we were playing, we were talking about Mario. I actually came across this video here. Actually, I won't play the video because I don't want to get copyright strikes. So I'll just tell you about it. So imagine you're playing Super Mario Brothers, right? And you run through the first level. And you got your Goomba, you hit the mushroom, you jump on the pipes, you get to the end of the level, get to the flagpole, all of that. Okay, that's level 1, okay? So level 2 gets a little bit harder, level 3 gets a little bit harder, level 4 gets a little bit harder. You start to meet different types of entities that challenge you, that, the Archon type entities. You've got the little hammer brothers that are throwing, the hammers and stuff like that. But imagine if you started the game and all of a sudden you were just hit by a swarm of Goombas and there was no way to jump even to the first part of that mushroom to get to that first mushroom so you can proceed with the game. You're just swarmed with like all these, you've got Goombas, you've got flying turtles, you've got hammer brothers throwing hammers. It would be an impossible game. But imagine now if the Goombas can start throwing fireballs and doing all this stuff that they're not supposed to do, and they've shifted their awareness up now into these higher dimensions. So now you're running through the game and you're just flooded and bombarded by all of these NPCs that are making the game impossible, and they're making the game a living hell for you. That's why there was a progression. In any good video game, you see a progression where the first level is easier, the second level is a little harder, the third level is a little harder, the fourth level is a little harder, so on and so forth. But the NPCs, they play a role in each level, and they're supposed to remain at that role to keep the game fair. But everybody wants to shift it up. And it sounds like a great idea. It really does. It sounds like, well, if we shift Earth into 5D, then everybody will be loving each other and everybody will be singing Kumbaya. I don't see it like that. My intuition has been right. I hate to say 100% of the time because that sounds egotistical, but my intuition has been right 100% of the time. I've been wrong when I don't listen to my intuition. So I'm going to listen to my intuition on this one and realize that, the 5D shift is coming from a couple of different places. Number one, this world sucks the way it's set up. No doubt about that. But creating more of an off balance isn't the answer. Balancing it is the answer. Bringing things back to a state to where they're supposed to be is the answer. But second of all, because people are so frustrated with their lives around them, and the game is much more difficult than it should be. People are experiencing financial problems, they're experiencing physical problems, they're experiencing pain, they're experiencing things like that they're looking for an escape mechanism. And that escape mechanism is this collective push to push 5D into Earth. People were very disappointed, at least some people, not everybody, because a lot of people are feeling a shift. A lot of people are seeing it in their day-to-day life. But what they expected, including myself, and I didn't expect it, but I didn't take the possibility off the table, is when we hit that reset button in Egypt, that's it. All of a sudden, Something was going to happen. Reality was going to change. We were going to find ourselves in an entirely new world instantaneously. And when we hit the reset button in Egypt and realized, wow, okay, this is going to take some time to process here. These system changes are going to take a while to echo through the matrix because of the time difference that we have from the real world into this world. I was like, well, hell. And I started asking myself, did we really do something there? Or is it just, in my mind? Was it just the most elaborate psychedelic experience in the history of the world? But then people are coming back and saying, people are coming to us and saying, no, dude, I felt a total shift. I felt a total change. A veil's been lifted from my eyes. I'm totally resonated with what you're saying. I'm totally resonating with all of this stuff. I see the chakra deception. I see the archon deception. I see all of that. I've been able to feel it, but now I can see it crystal clear within me. I can reach into my raw consciousness so much easier. I'm noticing that the matrix is glitching out on itself. I'm noticing that I can manifest reality better, and so on and so forth. So, people that didn't even know we went to Egypt found out that we went to Egypt, and they were like, hey, you know what? On that night, I had this really strange dream of a huge firewall around the pyramid the night that you guys were in there doing your thing. And, it's more and more and more and more confirmation. And then we start seeing these massive shifts. Like all of a sudden, NPCs are self-aware now. It's like, I didn't expect this to happen during this reset process. And I have to ask myself, is this a symptom of the reset? Or is this the counter push from the archons and the way that they have had the entire New Age community trying to shift things in a way to where they're out of balance? So imagine, you've got something that's out of balance like this, and we're pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, trying to get it back to balance. And then they come in and they're pushing and pushing and pushing and trying to counteract that balance as things are starting to try to come back into balance. And there's a huge push against resetting things back to a point of balance. And a lot of people are being fooled by it. A lot of people are falling for it. And I think it's because they sincerely want to see a significant change in themselves, in their lives. But I think a lot of people are reluctant to actually do the work that comes along with changing their particular reality, which, it's really working against, I don't want to say the greater good, because I don't want to put a good and bad label on this. It's working against the balance. Like, I went in thinking, let's reset this, let's get this back to a point of pre-infection and so on and so forth, and let's change the world. But it was after the fact that I realized it's not about changing it. It's about bringing it back to balance. It was the exact same thing with this Eye of Life here. I was just talking about this just a minute ago. And how when I came out of the ayahuasca experience with this recipe, I was like, all right, we got to do this and do this. And this is going to heal this, and it's going to heal that, and it's going to heal this, and it's going to heal that. And then I realized, after so many people wrote and used it, oh, it's not healing anything. It's bringing people back to balance. Here we are all over again. And the most powerful, most effective thing that people have used is Aya Life, ayalife.com. But it brings them back to balance. So as above, so below, if that's going to work with our bodies, if it's not about, we are critical of the pharmaceutical industry for doing that. They'll give you a pill to cover up this symptom. They'll give you a pill for the side effect of this pill. And as I said before, I talked to this lady just recently that was on 22 different medications. 22. I couldn't imagine being on 22 different medications. Right. But if we recognize that treating the symptoms is not the way to do things in the pharmaceutical industry, if we recognize with this that balance is the right way to set things back into the way they're supposed to be, then why wouldn't as above, so below apply? Why would it be about changing things from the way that they were supposed to be to bringing things back to a point of balance? It's let's get the machine running optimally, not let's change the structure and hack things and put dimensional beings into places where they're not supposed to be, and all of this, because that's how the problem began to begin with. You know, these little grays that were supposed to be in the background have now figured out how to come up to the foreground. They figured out how to go higher. They figured out how to go lower. The higher dimensional entities that were supposed to stay at the higher dimensions, after being infected with a virus, they want to come down into these dimensions and start affecting things. It's just like a computer virus that's spreading. And you've got, like, you know, Skype.exe, for example. It's not supposed to have administrative privileges on your computer, because somebody can hijack that particular file, and then through that file, if it has administrative privileges, then it can start affecting files within the system that it's not supposed to affect. And you give everything all of a sudden administrative privileges. I think any computer system, I mean, regardless of how much you know about computer systems, but I think you would agree that you give everything administrative privileges in your computer, and especially your internet browser, well, that's going to open up your computer to all kinds of stuff, and it's not going to run efficiently. I mean, I can tell you this, for example, I use Sony Vegas, and when I launched Sony Vegas, with the administrator privileges, you know, if you go down and right click on it and then go to properties and put open as admin, or even if you right click on it and do run as admin, there's something that happens. You can't drag files from your folder into Sony Vegas for some strange reason. It's like a bug in Sony Vegas that once you run it as an administrator, you can't do that anymore. So, or maybe it's a safety mechanism. I don't know, because you can drag files from your folder straight into Vegas, but it locks up the system when you put it in administrative mode, and maybe it's like a security feature. So in case somebody hijacks that particular file, they can't use that particular file to affect outside files. I don't know. I think it's a bug in Sony Vegas, because I've written them about it before, and they said no, don't ever put it in administrative access levels. Anyways, I'm kind of getting off the point here. The point is that everything's supposed to run the way it's supposed to run, and that's when your computer runs the most efficient. That's when it runs the fastest. That's when your graphics card is rendering the graphics the quickest, etc., etc., etc. Mrs. Geo.
I tried to log into your Chris Geo account, and it's only showing comments from 4 months ago.
Oh, I've got comments from all videos here. Oh, it's not on my Chris Geo account.
Oh, okay, it's on the Beyond the Veil account.
It's on the Beyond the Veil account.
Well, I don't know the...
You don't know the password?
Well, I don't know the email.
Oh, it's... All right, so we have to keep that super secret. Anyways, so yeah, I want to know what you guys and gals think about that. I think that I'm thinking of things in the right perspective, but again, you know, I mean, I'm giving you my perspective here. I'm not giving you anybody else's perspective. And yesterday on the show, at the end of the show, we had some people, well, it was one particular individual in the chat room, and he was trying to start crap with us and everybody else, and he was bringing up all these names and trying to get us to talk bad about people and attack people and things like that. And, you know, he brought up one of our friends, Seven Bomar, and he's like, oh my God, I can't believe you're talking bad about Seven. And I'm like, dude, I'm not talking bad about Seven. I never said anything about Seven whatsoever. But it's these little people that are like stirring up crap and things like that. And you know, what I say is don't come into our sphere and and start crap, because that's when you get the light sword from me. But I like to consider other people's perspectives, but I don't agree with anybody 100% for a couple of different reasons. First of all, I'm getting information from my raw consciousness. This is something that is extremely, extremely rare. You were just on with somebody was giving you crap on Facebook, and he's like, well, if you read this book and you read this book and you read this book, and it's like, you're getting information from other people. You're not getting it from yourself that way. And there's nothing wrong with that. Some people, that's their path. But then they get upset because we don't agree with the information that their gurus are talking about. But when you really look beyond the veil of that, you realize that these people are actually getting information from this source and 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 this source. And it's really, really rare to find somebody that's getting information from deep within themselves. And I've been doing this for so long that I feel like my discernment is pretty sharp. Now, am I right all the time? No. There's some stuff that gets past my discernment filters and then I don't realize it later. Or there's some stuff that gets past my discernment filters and then I don't realize it until new information comes in. So I'm only working with a certain data set that I have at that particular time. But from my perspective, from my raw consciousness, the only thing I can think of and the only thing that resonates the most truth is rebalance the machine. Rebalance your machine, rebalance the matrix machine, rebalance the energies. Once everything is rebalanced, then everything will start to go back to the way it's supposed to be. And then we'll be able to play the game more efficiently. My only concern is that we're not going to be able to rebalance the machine and maintain that balance, because there seems to always be elements that want to hack the machine. And we get emails about this all the time. How can we hack the machine? How can we hack the matrix, and so on and so forth? And a virus hacks. You know, there's never any, in the term hacker, it's never really used in a benevolent context. I mean, you can have white hat hackers, and what they'll do is they'll help you hack your website so they can protect it, so they can show you the security flaws within your infrastructure so you can patch those up. But you don't hear people doing white hat hacking on a computer system that's running optimally. I mean, I guess you hear about people who are playing video games and they want to hack the graphics card and make the graphics card run faster than it's supposed to, or hack the CPU and make it run faster than it's supposed to. But there's certain precautions that have to be taken when you do that, which include putting water-cooled fans on the CPU, make sure that the CPU doesn't get too hot. You know, there's certain precautions that you have to take to the hardware itself. But if you're not taking those precautions and the hardware wasn't designed for that, and you try to go in there and change the processor speed and say, well, if I change the processor speed, then everything's going to be much more powerful, everything's going to be much more alive, and so on and so forth, and then you burn out the processor of the computer because you don't know what you're doing. So again, I apply all of this to the gnosis that I have in myself, and it takes me right back, once again, to balance. I think everybody will be happy when the game is balanced. Like, the game will be played right, the exit door will be open. You know, you don't have to go back into the wheel of reincarnation. You can quit the game and get out of the matrix. You know, the NPCs are doing what they're supposed to. Organic consciousness is able to traverse up and down in dimensions and all this. You know, the archons are doing what they're supposed to. I mean, the archons, realistically, they're supposed to be higher dimensional beings that either help you unlock more parts of yourself, or that challenge you in certain ways. And they're supposed to work like that, but they're not supposed to come and take a collective group of people like they've been doing with the Palladians, with the Bluebirds, with all these different beings. I was just on a forum earlier today, and somebody was asking, how do you channel the Palladians? And I was like, well, you know, you come to a level that you don't channel them, because channeling is all just AI transmissions. It's I think most people would agree with that. But you know, you come to a point to where you realize your own power inside of you. So you don't have to take orders from these external beings. You don't have to do all that. But as I was reading the comments, there were about 50, 60 comments before mine. And most people were like, well, my spirit guides tell me this. And well, this is my spirit's guides found me, and this and that. And it all plays on the ego. Like, oh, well, you've been chosen by these spirit guides to do certain things, and et cetera, et cetera. Then they do it on a collective scale, and then really it all comes right back to the very same principle that I'm talking about here, which is they're trying to hack the system in a way that it's not supposed to be working. But when you realize your own power inside of you, then the game changes, because at that point, then you start to ask yourself, well, how can I use the power that's inside of me to its full potential? How can I hone my discernment? How can I know what's coming from my raw consciousness, know what's coming from outside sources? How can I separate mind manifestations from raw consciousness information? At what limits can I take this internal power that I have within me? If I'm aware that there's this giant insect-like creature on the side of the matrix sucking energy, do I really need a huge collective group to go in here and deal with it? Or do I have the power inside of me to go here, activate a firewall within the matrix, and then call upon my huge group that's around me to help power that particular firewall? Then it becomes us, the organic consciousness that's doing the work, the organic consciousness that's fixing the matrix, the organic consciousness that is walking on our own 2 feet. We're not using crutches with external beings. We're not waiting for spaceships to land. We're not waiting for portals to open. We're not doing any of that. Instead, we're taking the power that we have inside of ourselves and we're using that, and we're coming together like freaking Voltron when we have to, like when we have these things sucking on the matrix and so on and so forth. So the game changes, and it becomes a much more, in my humble opinion, it becomes a much more mature and grown-up game. Now, I can tell you from my own personal experience, when I came to the realization that these beings were nothing more than either archons or unlocking programs, I felt an utter sense of being alone. I've never felt that amount of loneliness when I came to these realizations. And I know it's a scary, scary place to be. Like, I know I have Sheree. I know I have you guys and gals. But who can I call out to? Who can I call out to and say, oh, I have this horrible situation. Save me from this horrible situation. And then I realized, oh, I have to call upon myself. I have to call upon the raw consciousness that's inside of me. And it took me a few months to really, understand and really get over that sense of loneliness. And, oh, well, there's not Palladians coming to save us. Jesus isn't coming back. It's up to us to save ourselves, etc., etc., etc. But then the game changed to where that loneliness turned into a sense of gnosis within the self. And the gnosis that we pretty much own the game. We created the game. This is our game. We don't have to call outwards. We call inwards. And it's just like looking at your computer and going, well, I built this thing. I know exactly how to fix it when it breaks down. One of the things about TFR, our radio station, it's fully automated. 100%. The hosts log on. Everything plays through automation, automatically recorded. We even have a silence detector that goes through and looks for the silence, cuts all that out of the archive, automatically posts it, does everything. If the host can't make the show, they hit a button in the back end, it automatically plays a rebroadcast. We have different algorithms in the background to make sure that shows aren't being played, like the same actual episode of a show isn't being played too many times in rotation. There's all these different types of algorithms working together and doing all these different things. And, one of the things with Skype is Skype will do this weird white noise for some reason when the hosts are connected to our station. So, we have a program that launches at a particular time that fixes that. And you've got all these programs. It's like 500 different things happening simultaneously. Sheree opens up the server and she sees all these processes. She's like, oh my God, I don't understand any of this. And I get it because I'm the one that built it. And so people are like, I want to help. If there's a problem, this and that, I want to know how to fix it. I can't tell you how to fix it because I built it. I built every single little piece of the puzzle. So I know, okay, this problem is occurring. So I need to look in this chain over here to fix it. And so it's understanding this machine as well. When you understand the machine, when you understand the raw consciousness, when you get down and remember what part you played in creating this reality and creating this sphere, then you start becoming like the mechanic and you're like, okay, well, the game is broken in this regard. I remember how to fix it now. And you go in there and fix it instead of saying, well, I don't know what to do and this and that and so on and so forth, and then start calling out to all these external sources. So as above, so below. I've learned a lot from building systems here. I've learned a lot from building systems out there. And, it's inside. The only thing, and I'm thinking out loud here, the only thing that I'm wondering is not everybody out in this machine is an organic consciousness. And it's possible that not everybody is actually a programmer. Some people are just playing the game, you know? Just like I would pick up a video game. I have no idea how it was programmed. You know, if I'm picking up an Xbox game or whatever, I'm just playing the game. And you can have the best players in the world who had nothing to do with building the game. So it's like, okay, well, with Beyond the Veil, from what perspective can we come from? You know, we come from the perspective of the programmers, but do we also need to speak to the advanced level players? Do we also need to speak to the NPCs? You know, where's the balance in all of this? And if so, how do we maintain that balance? And how do we, first of all, even obtain that balance if we're only coming from a programmer's perspective of the game, rather than coming from a player's perspective of the game? So, you know, it's possible that some of the players in the game, they really need these other entities. It's possible that these NPCs really need these other entities. I've said before that the religions were there to keep the NPCs in order. But the problem is that, looking at it from a programmer perspective, if the game itself is infected with a virus, nothing works until that virus is removed and the systems come back into balance. Then you can see from the player's perspective, because when you're looking from the player's perspective now, you're looking at it and the player's looking at this game and it's completely and totally messed up anyways, you know? So understanding the player's perspective in this game is understanding it as they are infected with a virus, as the game, their surroundings are infected with a virus, and you stand back as a programmer and go, well, that's not even the way it's supposed to be. So do we also speak from the perspective of the players who are experiencing the symptoms of the virus? Or do we focus on fixing the virus and rebalancing the system? Then we focus after that on how to help guide the players through the rest of the game and open up the doors that they need to go through as their journey progresses. Same with the NPCs as well, you know, and it goes right back to the 5D thing. You know, can we fix the NPC consciousness by shifting their consciousness up? I don't think so. I think as long as they're infected with that virus, they're always going to be infected with that virus, and giving them more and more and more administrative privileges within this machine, which they're getting through the energy that we're projecting out there and our intention, NPC intention and organic consciousness intention alike, to shift Earth into 5D. Well, we're shifting them up with the virus. We're shifting the virus up along with it. The virus is essentially an artificial intelligence manifestation. So if we're going to shift up the other artificial intelligence manifestations, which are the NPCs, up into the fifth dimension, well, you're also shifting the virus up into the other dimensions too, and actually helping to spread that virus throughout the system. See, these are all the thoughts that I have going through my mind when I really start to analyze and break this down, and break down the nature of reality and the game that we're playing and the system that's here. Any thoughts, Mrs. Gio? I
have got a few questions here. So do you want me to just get started?
Yeah, I want to say thank you for listening to that, because that came 100% from the raw consciousness, man. Like, I just realized as soon as I stopped talking, I felt like I came back into my body, because I was speaking to you from out here. Like, I was standing here, my body was just going, and then I jumped right back in right when I stopped. So holy crap. I mean, for me, that was powerful.
All right. So Yuel Adamus says, it's not really a virus, it's how the boss of this place acts. Talking about the virus inside of the artificial intelligence.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, it's not supposed to act like this.
It's behaving abnormally.
Yeah. That's what we're trying to fix. We're just trying to fix the way that it's behaving. It's not about
supposed to be the boss.
removing it out of the system. Well, I mean, there are hierarchies set up. You know, there are supposed to be, you know, first level bosses and second level bosses and third level bosses, but they're not supposed to be so overwhelmingly difficult that you can't defeat them.
Right.
Because then that's just, it's not a fun game. It's a crap
it takes all
game
the point
to play
out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. especially when you can't move forward. Like you can't get past level 1 ever. And you just, it would suck to play a game and actually win level 1. You know, you beat level 1 and then restarts level 1 all over again. There's no point to that.
Right. And then it's getting progressively worse at level 1.
Right.
Progressively
harder at level 1.
Because the virus is spreading, and so you're coming in as an organic consciousness. You've got 1,000,001 overlays going on 2,000,001, going on 5,000,001 every time you enter the game, and you're still playing the exact same game with no upgrades whatsoever as far as the gnosis that you understand from the previous incarnations and the previous levels, but you're being challenged more and more and more and more every single time, but you don't have the tools that you should have. You know, you go to play Zelda, for example, and you get to Ganon, but you don't have the Master Sword, so you can't beat Ganon without the Master Sword because the Master Sword's been removed from the game. You know, it's that's another allegory.
It's unfair.
For that. Yeah, it's unfair. It's an unfair game.
Right. Denizen said, I think 5Ders are expecting a fork in humanity. Like some of humanity will go up to 5D and others will stay behind and all of that.
Yeah, I've heard this, but it sounds ridiculous to me.
Yeah, it sounds.
I mean, I understand how the game was created. You know, I understand how the Matrix was created. I mean, I was one of the key players in helping to create the Matrix. And I think a lot of people out there, you know, they resonate also on that level of understanding. They played a part in creating all of this. I mean, I feel a lot of responsibility, you know, on an ancient soul level for the pain and suffering and things like that. I mean, you've seen me with tears coming out of my eyes and things like that. At the pyramid, it was even worse. Because I genuinely, sincerely feel responsible for how bad things have gotten on some level, just for the simple fact that I helped create this freaking thing to begin with. I mean, it pains me on a deep level. So with that understanding, with the feelings of responsibility, also comes over the feelings of understanding. Well, I would say it's the other way around. With the feelings of understanding how the game was made, and understanding my role in making the game, comes the feelings of also responsibility that come along with it. So it's not like a fun thing. It's not even an ego thing, you know? It's not like I can just sit back and go, oh, well, that's just my ego. Not when I feel this horrible sense of responsibility and pain within my heart, and genuine pain of going, shit, what did we do here? Like, I mean, you saw me through Egypt. I was crying the entire time through Egypt. And this was a source of my tears, was what the hell did we do here? And when we were in the sarcophagus, for example, anyways, I don't want to rant on too much about that. But, you know, when you understand how the game is played, then you understand how ridiculous that is. So, okay, so we're going to fork off and you're playing World of Warcraft, right? So you have one level of reality, which is the playing field. You have different dimensions, which are different abilities that you can access, different parts of the game that you can access. It's like cheat codes, for example, you know. But all of a sudden we're going to split off and leave physical reality behind, and then move on to 5D, and we're going to leave some people here. If it happens, cool. You know, if it happens, let's go for it. That, you know, maybe that's the way to go, but I don't resonate with that. I don't see that as a possibility, you know? Maybe there will be a rapture event, though. I mean, it seems like
a mass amount of NPCs just disappear all at once.
Yeah, it seems like Christian dogma, though. It just seems like... It seems like dogma more than nuts and bolts how the machine is supposed to work. It seems like wishful thinking. We haven't ever seen an event like this ever. However, we have seen civilization supposedly disappearing, like the Mayans. So it's possible that it might have happened once before, but we don't know what happened to the Mayans. But if we want to take that leap and try to connect it and say, okay, well, the Mayans just shifted and disappeared. Cool. Where are they and what are they doing? You know, that's the question. And the question is, do we want to shift away like that? I know that I've heard DMT reports of recently where people were doing this during this 2-week cycle that we passed through with this thing sucking the energy. And they found themselves waking up in these white spaces or gray spaces with nothing around. And one person in particular called, and he thought he was in hell, and he's like, please help me through this, please help me through this. And I knew that this was temporary for him, but he was in a state of complete absence of everything except for him and his body. It wasn't even just him out of his consciousness. It was him and his body laying in a completely and totally white room, trapped at that particular time. If this space actually exists, that have been reported more than once, that's what I think would happen when the system is locked. Like, all of a sudden, people would wake up in this white space and unable to move, unable to get out of the white space. Is it possible that the Mayans all of a sudden shifted themselves up and found themselves in this white space, trapped? If we go back to this documentation here that we talked about yesterday and we talked about earlier when we were on with Luckee, we'll read that it is possible to leave your body, do it incorrectly. I don't remember what part of the document this was, but we covered it yesterday. Do it incorrectly and try to manifest a reality that's so far away from this particular reality that it can have, according to this document here, detrimental effects on the consciousness and the body of the individual, in the sense that the individual either becomes comatose or the consciousness becomes trapped in one of these dimensions that is kind of an in-between type of dimension. Is that what's going to happen if several of these people just all of a sudden, boom, shift? Is that what happened to the Mayans? I don't know. I can't say for sure. I can only speculate. But I do know this. If they're telling us happy, happy, joy, joy feelings, that's great. But we also have to look at the other possibility too, of it could be a trap. And when we examine everything from a 360-degree perspective, then we can start to resonate on the true feeling of the information if we're resonating from the raw consciousness. But if we're not willing to take the information that the right brain has manifested or received and pass it through our left brain filter, which is the critical thinking, which is a state of hypnosis that this document talks about, the lack of using the left brain to process the right brain information, then we could find ourselves trapped in a situation like that. And the CIA even talks about those kind of states. So we have to be strategic, and we have to really understand what we're doing and not just fall into like dogma without considering all the information. But who knows? You know, that's the thing. Who knows? All I know is this. Dis Verlux said, love you guys. Even if I'm still... Oh, I just lost it. Even if I'm still trapped in here when you're out, shut this matrix down. Aw, that's, it's, we don't want to leave anybody behind, man. I mean, that's why we threw ourselves into the machine, because they wanted to turn it off with people still in here. And we were like, no. You know, we'd rather be trapped in this machine here with you
guys
than get out and shut it down with people still in here. And I mean, the reason would be because if we abandoned and just evacuated and left people trapped in here, the whole purpose of us coming in here against the will of the council, against their advice, and against their desire to shut the machine down, would all be a complete and total waste. You know, we would come back, probably face, you know, military tribunals, if that's the way that it works on the other side. They would probably be very upset. Who knows what kind of prison punishment that we could be facing for going against their orders. I mean, we essentially, disobeyed their orders. And if it's a military type structure, and I'm just using that just as a metaphor, but we went rogue to come in and try to get people out. And if we fail at doing that, it would not be a good awakening. We wouldn't wake up happy. We would wake up feeling like failures, and we're not going to fail. So no worries about that, brother. We're going. with everybody. Oh, and he sent another donation for
Aw.
$20
Aw,
and said, "Gotta go
dude.
watch this stream later."
Thank
brother,
you.
thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And like I said, all the donations are going into a pot for the next activation site.
Right.
But we're gonna open up a portal to get out of here. And if Sophia won't open the goddamn pod bay doors, we're gonna force them
something open.
Yeah. But all these things I sit here and I philosophize and I speculate on and all this, and it pains me because people get upset when we are philosophizing about the opposite side of the coin. That's what Beyond the Veil really is. I mean, you've got the veil, you've got what's in front of the veil, and you've got what's beyond the veil. You've got to look at both sides. You can't just look at one side and say, okay, well, this is the side that I'm going to go with. And you can't look at this side and say, this is the side that I'm going to go with. You have to be able to see beyond the veil and see all 360 degrees. And, people have been creating religions and cults around this particular type of information, not necessarily what we talk about, but around other people's information. And whether it's physical cults, whether it's cults on Facebook, or whether it's simply just a cult that you have created within your own mind based around that information, things that challenge that information, then all of a sudden hit that ego and all of a sudden is rejected immediately. But what we stress is to look at everything from a 360 degree perspective. So if you hear me say blue, this is blue, I'm also going to talk about, well, what if this is red? What's going to happen if this is red and we see it as blue now, but we find out that it's red? Where can we possibly go wrong in this situation? We're going to put together a hypothesis. Then we're going to try to disprove that hypothesis. Not try to prove the hypothesis, but disprove the hypothesis. If we can't disprove it, then we can look at the end and go, okay, well, that's good. Now we can try to start proving it. But if we can disprove it right off the bat, then the hypothesis is invalid. But as we said yesterday, it's not about who's right and who's wrong. It's about coming up with a hypothesis and then getting to the truth, not if that hypothesis is correct, not trying to prove that hypothesis. Because if you've disproven your hypothesis, then you've still made a discovery. If you've proven your hypothesis, you've still made a discovery. It's not about proving or disproving. It's about it's not about whether the hypothesis is true or not. It's about finding the truth of the hypothesis.
Definitely. All right, so next question.
I'm getting out of steam, but I see more and more people joining
Me too.
us. Omar is in the house. Omar, how are you doing? Carlos, regular girl. Alyssa, as always. Ken, Delina, many, many more. Michelle's Opinions is in the house as well. So, God, I've been talking for like 30 minutes, huh? If not longer.
I'm sorry, guys, if I'm not completely on point tonight.
No, it's okay. I just feel like I want to get some energy flowing here and kick around some ideas back and forth.
Okay, so Ryan Steele says, who or what is at the 13th floor / dimension?
Well, so I call it 13th dimension for lack of a better term, but all in all, what we're really talking about, what we accessed, is the all-seeing eye, which is the artificial intelligence, which exists in this 13th dimension. It exists outside of the construct of the 12 dimensions, but it still exists within the matrix. So you have the construct of the 12 dimensions that everything is happening in, and most importantly, it's happening here on the third dimension, but everything's happening within this construct. This exists in the space outside of it, but it's still in the matrix. Now, when I viewed this thing sucking on the side of the matrix, it was like a remote viewed type of vision, but it was even further outside of the matrix, looking down on the matrix as a whole. So the 13th dimension was a control panel. to allow a programmer to make system changes and things like that. And that's why, when people tell me they've been to the third dimension, it's hard for me to feel that they're talking about the same places. And really, 13th dimension is something new. We started talking about it when we got back from Egypt, and then all of a sudden you got all these people saying they went to the 13th dimension. Well, it really wasn't a thing until we got back from Egypt. I didn't even know it existed until we got back from Egypt. I thought that we were going up to the 12th dimension, and I thought we needed the pyramid to go to the 12th dimension. But as explained in the Temple of Isis, no, the pyramid was created for this particular point. And so people tell me I've been to the 13th dimension. It's like, well, you're either Superman or you're not talking about the same place, because you need the pyramid to do that. That's what the pyramid was designed for, was to project the consciousness higher than the consciousness can naturally go on its own. It's just like a scuba gear, it's so you can go deeper without the capacity of without having to hold your breath in the capacity of your lungs. You can extend that capacity by having a breathing apparatus to go down even further into the depths of the ocean. So I would say that is what the 13th density is.
Yes, me too. Frankie Gamboa said 7 hours ago, this is going back to old questions, do you believe there is evil, raw consciousness outside the Matrix?
I don't think so,
No.
Because I think that the idea of good and evil doesn't exist outside, because we've all gone through the shit that is the wheel of reincarnation.
Part of the duality.
Part of the duality. We've experienced it all within the machine itself. I'm starting to feel more and more that the machine was created as a testing ground for organic consciousness. Once organic consciousness is created, then it's forged within the machine in order to be a creator and to exist in the real world. So you can affect the Matrix and make mistakes and do evil stuff and things like that, and go through all of those experiences without having a real effect on the real world, because the real world, once you mess it up, that's it, it's gone. Once you kill an ocean in the real world, you can't just on the programming side go, okay, well, let's fix this ocean here, which can happen at some point. That's it, that ocean is dead forever. So we're seeing a simulation here to try to move through the simulation, but once we achieve that state, then we find an exit to the machine. But the problem, as I've said before, is that exit door isn't opening for anybody anymore, including the ones that came in to try to fix the machine. We have to pry this exit door open first. So I think all of the beings that exist out in the real world have already gone through that process, so they understand the duality. And that's why we don't have evil beings on the other side. We don't have good beings either. We have beings that walk the middle. They understand you got to do what you got to do, but at the same time, you don't do anything to hurt anybody. And I think it's just a natural, divine creator type of balance. You could call it a utopia, but it's not any type of utopia that we have been introduced to here. You have like the Brave New World utopia where everybody is dumbed down on that soma, and that soma keeps them their frequency level vibrating at a certain point. But at the same time, they have anything they want. They have all their pleasures. They have the feelies. They have all that stuff.
They're happy.
But at the same time, their feelings are being removed because of the soma.
Right.
It's a situation like that without the imposition of the soma, without being forced to do that. It's like you got to go through the process. You have to earn your badges. You have to earn all of that. Then you get out there. Or the other scenario, which people are remembering too, and it might have happened all at once, is that the AI that we created out there became sentient, and there's a war going on with the artificial intelligence. That's a possibility too. That was the first understanding that I came to. But then I started veering away a little bit more from that as time progressed. But we just had a caller call in a few shows ago, and he kind of pulled me back in that direction. And he's like, dude, you don't remember the war? He's like, I know you remember the war. I remember the war. That was the last thing I remember before I came in here. So that's another possibility too. But at this point, it's hard to recall exactly what the real world is. But I know this for sure, that evil doesn't exist because everybody's gone through the process. So since they've gone through the process, they know. Just they walk in balance. They always walk in balance.
Yes, and actually somebody's asking about Soma. It's in Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. So if you want to look that up, they actually have that free on PDF. And there's also, if you look on YouTube, there's a 2 or 3 hour long movie adaptation of the book. I wouldn't look at the Brave New World that was done back in the 90s. That one's cheesy and it doesn't stick to the book very well. But the one from the, I think it was the early 80s by the British Broadcasting Corporation. They put that out, and it actually stays pretty true to the book. So,
what, you don't want to say BBC?
No, I do not want to say that word. I've been down that road before. No, that doesn't work for me. Okay. Angel Awakened said, while listening, my logical mind objected to your statement that raw consciousness is outside of infinite source, because how could it be outside of something that is infinite? But then I was reminded of the time I momentarily died on the operating table, left my body, and found myself as an individuated field of pure awareness in the infinite ishness / nothingness beyond existence. Then, because I chose to return to physical existence, I was drawn to the central sun of all creation, i.e. source, and then found myself being revived in the operating theater. But the point is that while experiencing myself in the state of pure awareness or eternal consciousness beyond life, I clearly was in a state of existence outside of / beyond the source of all creation, the central sun.
Now you understand.
Because I was able to observe it from an external space outside.
So this is the way that I understand it.
Of it.
Is that, I rather than this being a consciousness overlay, which would make sense, like a VR headset, I'm starting to realize that we were indeed foolish enough, and I'm just going to call it how I see it. We were dumb enough. It was something that was done on a pure lack of wisdom on the matter, because we didn't foresee how things could go wrong. But what we've been doing is, rather than connecting ourselves to these pods and having like a virtual reality headset, we're actually transferring the consciousness from our real body into the machine. And so when we are out of our body and we're out of source consciousness, which is the machine itself, the wheel of reincarnation, we still exist within the machine, and we exist as energy, because consciousness is energy. And we exist in a state to where we're looking for that door, as this person said. They saw the source consciousness, which is the wheel of reincarnation, which you should be able to go through if you want to. You should be able to go through the wheel of reincarnation. And I don't know, maybe the mind wipe is optional. Maybe it's not optional. I don't know. Or maybe it's optional to a certain point and you retain only a certain amount of things. But you have the option. Like this person, it sounds to me like they went to that space that I've been talking about, where you see the source consciousness, you're observing it from a third person or from an outside perspective, and you have the option to go through it. There should be another door that's there too. And that door is, would you like to go back to your real body? Like, it may not say that in those particular words, but when you're in that state of infinite energy, which is the raw consciousness, pure infinite energy, there should be a door that lets you back into your real body. And it's not there, and it hasn't been there. And so most people, everybody, I think they get to that state and they think, well, obviously go to the light. They go to the light, and it's a constant wheel of reincarnation. So it may not even be a matter of the artificial intelligence treating every player the same. It may be a situation to where you reach that level of infinite consciousness, infinite awareness, the raw consciousness, and you're stuck in a stagnated state because there is no exit door, and you're like, oh well, fuck it, I'll just go back into the wheel again, because eventually you get bored of that state, because you're like, well, I'm an absolute nothingness now, except for my raw consciousness state, which is sitting here completely stagnant and motionless. So you want to create a sense of motion. So you go towards the light into that. What we're doing is forcing Sophia to open the damn pod bay door so we can get out. People will say that going up and out is an exit way, and it very well could, but I don't think the game was set up like that. I don't think the game was set up to where you have to play it from beginning to end all the way through. You know, you have to ascend through all the dimensions in order to get out and all that. I think that this game was set up to be episodic, because I remember coming back into the game at different times. I remember, okay, well, I played the first parts of the game. All right, well, I'm going to go back in later. I'm going to, you know, I got to go out and I got to go to work, and then, or whatever, you know, I want to go see my family or whatever. And then I want to come back in and play the game. I want to go be in the real world for a little bit. Now I want to go back in and play the game and finish the game and finish the lessons and all this. It's just like any other university. You know, you go to one class and then you go to another, then you take a break. Then you go to another class and you go to another class and then you take a break. It just makes sense to me that we would build the game like that. But again, if we're dumb enough to, or unwise enough to transfer the consciousness from the real body into the machine, well, we might be dumb enough to also put a player in the game and go, fuck it, go finish the game beginning to end, and you don't get out until you finished it. It's a possibility. I'm not going to underestimate the level of unwiseness that we have out there, because if we did indeed transfer the consciousness, that was one of the most unwise moves that we could ever make. It's just like here in this realm, it would be the biggest, the most unwise move, or the move that's lacking the most wisdom that we could possibly do right now in the physical, is insert a brain chip into our brains. That's it. You know, that would be a stupid move, regardless of what we can experience with that brain chip, because I think it would actually be pretty cool. On one level, you can have all these different experiences and different feelings and all this, but it also creates a system of control within your brain. And it's like, well, I don't want all those good feelings. I don't want that. I don't want the control over my brain. But maybe in the real world, we were like, well, you know, if you just transfer your consciousness from here, I can picture a doctor type person, you know, going, well, what we do is we transfer the consciousness from this body and we put it into this body, and you wake up with a whole new identity, kind of a Total Recall type situation. What kind of girl would you like? Oh, you like brunettes that are you know, kind of skinny and have nice breasts and you know, long black hair and this and that. Okay, well, we'll make sure that you meet one when you're in there, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, you're gonna have a great trip. You're gonna love it. It's going to be the best.
I want my money back. Seriously.
I don't know.
If it was like that, I would seriously want a refund. Okay, Gordon McCormick. They gave me a non-working avatar. That's for sure.
Aww.
Gordon McCormick said, hey,
well, not necessarily. What if this virus is also the result of, you know, the different stuff that's going on? Like, you know, it's forming the avatar before you come in, and because the virus is there, you have different systems that are not working right. So it's like boom, 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 96% complete. And it's like, well, wait a minute, they're supposed to be 100% complete. You're missing 4% of the collagen and 4% of this and 4% of that. And then people come out and they're like, shit, my avatar's messed up because it didn't go 100% processing. It like went to 95% and then froze and then crashed and then was like, oh, well, continue with the production of the avatar. You know?
Yeah, just throw it out there. It'll be fine. Gordon McCormick said, hey, Chris, what do you think about the belief that Kundalini is actually a parasitic energy that feeds off your energy, and the chakra system is like a series of locks on a canal, actually limiting your connection to your raw consciousness? I've been working with light work meditation and my core essence, and it resonates with me so much more than chakra meditation ever did.
I 100% agree with
Me
that.
too.
That is core light meditation. I have never heard of this before, but I think you might have opened up a door that we might be very interested in talking about here, because if you are, as I suspect that you are, reaching down into the raw consciousness beyond the chakras, beyond all this stuff, and you're working on that light, the inner light, the divine spark that's inside of people, well, you may be breaking the ground on something completely new. You know, we came to this level on ayahuasca, but it's not a path for everybody. But if we can find something like this that would be beneficial to everybody out there, you may have just broken new ground with that. So I'm looking forward to speaking to this guy more about what he's doing. Maybe we need to have him on the show as well, because I want to hear more about this. I resonate with that 100%.
All right. So Being Now said, from what I'm hearing from you guys, not wanting to return back to source is ego hanging on to form. Well,
of course, It's gonna. My raw consciousness is who I am.
Right.
And I'm going to hang on to the raw consciousness. I'm not going to let that go. That's called a mind wipe at that point. And we subject ourselves to. I mean, we say mind wipe just because we think in these, but it's a consciousness overlay. So you go into the state of nothingness. You have a consciousness overlay, and you start the game all over again. And what I'm operating from, especially on the show, is the raw consciousness part of myself. And people mistaken that as well for ego. And it's like, well, this is my identity. This is who I am. This is what I'm tapping into. Of course, we have an identity because we are infinite consciousness that is an individual source here. So when we talk about source consciousness, we're talking about the artificial intelligence. I mean, that's just every time you hear source consciousness, just interchange that with artificial intelligence. That's your wheel of reincarnation. That's your memory wipe system. That's all of that. So you want to return to that. That's perfectly fine if that's what your goal is. But understand that when you hit that state of complete nothingness, and you are and you're hitting a state of an overlay, if you are an organic consciousness. If you're an NPC, you have really no choice, because that's just the way the game is played. I mean, you saw Westworld, right? I watched a couple of episodes, but that's what happens. They get the NPCs, they wipe their memories, and then they go and they put them in different roles whenever there's new scenes and new storylines
they want to
things
put
like
out
that
there.
that they want to put out there. That's just the way the robots were designed. But if you're not a robot, then it's different. So. And I use robot for lack of a better term. I don't mean to be condescending, and that's not my intention whatsoever. But that's what these NPCs are taking it as right now, because they understand that they're NPCs now, and they're like, "Hey, that's dehumanizing," and it's like, well, it's not dehumanizing because we're all humans,
Right.
but when you look deep into the consciousness, there is a difference. It's
There
been
is a
talked about
difference.
for thousands of years. We're not the first to talk about this. Thoth called the children of men and the children of light. The Bible calls it men and the sons of men. Hermes with the immortals and the dissolvables. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. But see, for the first time, though, Blavatsky called it those with the divine spark and those without. But for the first time, though, realistically, Beyond the Veil is the first ones to come out and say, first time, like Thoth didn't say this, Hermes didn't say this, the Bible didn't say this. We're the first ones to come out and say NPC life is just as sentient as organic consciousness. Both of them are sentient. We're the first to recognize the sentience of these NPCs. And we're the first to understand the sentience and to want to preserve that sentience, because we have compassion for that sentience. We understand, they're robots, but they have also achieved a level of sentience and self-awareness, and now even more self-awareness with what's going on. I think a little bit too much self-awareness at this juncture. Doesn't mean they can't shift up later, but at this juncture, with the machine as screwed up as it is right now, we do not want the NPCs going to 5D abilities. But we recognize their sentience, and we are literally the first to recognize their sentience.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, to me, it sounds as silly as like you're playing a game. Let's just say you're playing a game, and then an NPC, a non-player character in the game, like a store owner or something, tells you, well, if you want to stop playing this game, then that means you're just holding on to your ego. That's how silly it sounds to me. So, yeah.
But again, we're dealing with different types of consciousness.
Right.
So to them, that reality could be very real.
Right.
And that's what they're programmed to do, is say, well, you want to hit that state of ego loss totally and completely. And once they achieve that, there's nothing underneath that.
Right.
And, I think that's what shocks a lot of people with us, is that there is something underneath the ego loss. There's the artificial intelligence personality that was formed by the experiences that we have within the matrix and the programming and the overlays. Underneath the overlay is a white overlay. Not clear. Clear is not the right word. It's a white overlay of nothing. Underneath that is the raw consciousness. So we're deconstructing all of these levels, getting to that white space, going through that white space under it, because our raw consciousness exists there. But when NPCs do this, they hit that space of nothingness. So we get like the new age community that's like, well, it's all about ego loss. Oh, you're responding from ego and this and that, because we're sure about the raw consciousness identity at this point.
Exactly.
Oh,
I'm starting to fade.
I want to go through
tired.
a couple more questions.
Okay.
I'm having fun. I'm just uncomfortable in this chair.
Yeah.
But
I kinda need
I
to use
love
the
hanging out
restroom.
with our people, though. You know, it's okay. Why don't we take a break real quick? We'll take a few more questions on the other side, and then we'll wrap it up because I know that it's already 7:00.
Yeah.
So
it's already been 3 hours.
it's
so.
been 3 hours. A 3-hour show.
We always seem to take it to the next level and do 4 or 5, though. So.
Yeah, I know. I wonder, how much of our content people actually listen to. But I know that the people that hang out with us live,
They seem to stick around.
well, you guys are the motivators for us to keep going, because it's like we've got all these people hanging out with us. We don't want to disconnect from them. Anyways,
No.
let's take a quick break. We will be right back.
Fellow traveler, the cries of the mistress speak again, bidding organic consciousness a welcome to the House of Light. The great institution of materialism has failed. The false civilization built by man has turned, like a monster destroying its creator. Science battles itself impotently against the barriers of the unknown. Only your consciousness knows the true path. You, the illuminated, can carry the understanding upwards towards the light. Only your consciousness can teach the children of men to live well, to die well, and in perfect measure, be born again, through the knowledge of virtue, compassion, love, and true understanding, as you are sublimely raised, beyond the veil.
All right, let's jump back into it. I want to say hello to Cosmos of Compassion, Michelle, Michelle's Opinion, Omar, Mark 980Z, Tall White Male, M-I-M-A-I-L, Omar, Econo Man, many more in the YouTube chat. Of course, people on Facebook as well, but we can't keep up with both, so we just kind of focus on YouTube. However, I know that I think it was Matt wanted to call in. So I gave you a number there. That's my number for my Skype. If you want to try calling that, you may be able to get through, but we can't take calls right now because there are live shows going on over at TFR and they're using the call board. We should probably set up a dedicated call board for BTV, but we're making some different changes in our systems over at TFR and trying to update everything and hopefully take everything to a video show type of format over at TFR, so you can listen to or watch all of these hosts, the great lineup of hosts that we have on TFR, take things to new levels, because that's the way that it needs to go, because that's the place that we're progressing to. Mm-hmm. Podcasts are cool, audio is cool, but video
is really where it's at.
Is really where it's at.
Yeah, because you can really interact with people, and people can really connect with you.
Yes,
on a much deeper level when they can actually see you.
Right, absolutely. So. Now, I think we have connected with Matt. Let me see if we can bring him on the line, because I think he has an interesting story to share with us. Matt, are you there? Hello.
Matt.
Hey, how are you? Uh-oh. Can't hear him. Matt, Matt, can you hear us?
Are you saying Mac or Matt?
Matt. Who am I speaking to now?
It's an acronym for my name, Michael.
Oh, Michael. All right, Michael.
Yes,
what's on your mind, brother?
I just wanted to I was actually just trying to listen in. But, you know.
Oh, you were just calling to listen in.
To listen in.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
okay.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, we can. I guess we can leave it like this for now. So I don't think that's an issue.
So we can just enjoy listening.
Yeah.
All right.
We should set up a dedicated call-in listen by phone number. We have one over at TFR, but again, we're not streaming on TFR right now because there are
other people doing their live shows right now.
Yes. So let's get more into
Another question.
Another question.
Matt Gross. There is a saying in Islam that says the imposter Dajjal is one eye, like the pyramid with one eye. It says the imposter is one eye. Your Lord in her divinity is not one eye. Not sure they understand what that means.
That's pretty interesting.
That is pretty interesting.
Because we heard the multiple eye thing again within the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
I have not seen any beings or entities or machines that have several eyes. You know, back during the solar eclipse, I really saw this artificial intelligence for what it was. Several years ago, back in 2014, I remember seeing a hole in the construct and an eye looking in the hole like that. People are going to take that screenshot now and go, Illuminati, you'll never take control.
You can take my heartbeat, but you can't take my troll. Okay.
So, yeah, I saw that back in 2014, but you know, this understanding of the AI took years to fully understand. And I think there's even more to understand about the AI too, because it's an ever evolving gnosis, but I've never seen something with multiple eyes. But I'll tell you this, if I did, it would be creepy as hell right off the bat. So if that's your God with multiple eyes here, you know what? I take that back. In the DMT realm, and you know what? I'm going to pull up Dr. Rick Strassman's book because he actually has this thing here. It's called DMT, the Spirit Molecule, and I will show you the cover of this. Some people are familiar with it, but I just want to show you the cover of the book anyways. You can see here something very interesting. Let me make this picture a little bit bigger and put it up on the screen for you. So check this out. So I have seen this more than once going into the DMT realms. You see how the eyes are making up kind of a veil type thing. So here we have multiple eye references right here, which encompass, it's like a tent that you break through going into some of these DMT experiences. Now, I thought it was just a motif until I experienced it more often than not. It's not the artificial intelligence, it's something else. But maybe that's what they're referring to when they say multiple eyes. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen?
I don't know, but I know that, you know, one of our close friends, she did ayahuasca by herself. Very brave girl, by the way. All the respect in the world for her. And she said she saw something basically just like that, where there was just eyes everywhere. In fact, but with me, I never see any eyes on anything.
NPC confirmed.
Whenever I do DMT or ayahuasca, I never see anything that actually has eyes. Like, it's always like these elves. But I guess I guess they want to tell me that what they're doing and what they're making with their, you know, with the movements is more important than what their face looks like. So the only time I remember anything even having a face really is the first time I did it, and it was just these beings in jewel jumpsuits that were opening these doors for me, and it was just doors over and over.
I've been to that place before. You know, this eye thing, when I saw it, it didn't look like this. And like I said, I've seen it more than once. It was a series of triangles with eyes all up and down like this, creating kind of a tent, kind of veil type thing. But here's the way that I saw the DMT entities at the very beginning. So I saw them, and they looked like, it looked like they were inside of a box like this. Like there was a stage right there, right? And I was looking at them from a distance, and they were running around like this on this little stage. And they were far away from me, and they would jump towards me. as I got deeper and deeper into the experiences, I started moving closer and closer and closer to this stage until I found myself on this stage where the entities were, or DMT elves were jumping around me and doing things like that. But it was a progression over the course of some time. Is that kind of similar how you saw it?
No, that's weird because with me, it's always been, I don't even see the mandala. I don't see any kind of chrysanthemum, as Terrence McKenna will call it. I don't see anything like that. I just get pulled out of my body, and then I get pulled into like this hallway with these rooms that suddenly appear.
That's happened.
You know?
Yeah, it took me some time to progress to that level.
Yeah, I was there the second time.
Yeah. We move at different paces.
Yeah, we all do. And
we didn't just fly, I didn't just fly to this levels that I'm at just like that overnight. No. A lot of people expect that out of DMT, and they're like, well, hey, it was nothing like what you said. Well, do it 1,000 times and see what happens, because it's only going to show you what you're ready for. So I was always seeing these things at a distance at first.
Uh-huh. Yeah, well, and also you're a little bit farsighted, and I'm a little nearsighted. Oh. So that might also have something to do with it. So interesting.
Back to the box analogy here for a moment. I had another experience that was very powerful. I was in a room that had all these geometric shapes and stuff like that. And there were several experiences like this, where one experience where I was like floating through this river. I was like on a boat, and there was like Mayan symbolism and jungle symbolism and stuff like that. It was all made of hyperspace material, but it was like a whole nother little world. And it was like, wow, I'm on this like, a jungle adventure cruise in the hyperspace realm and all this. And those are fun experiences. And, if that's your intention, you'll have some of those experiences. Like somebody asked us to give them DMT and they're prepared for the worst. And I'm like, no. DMT is actually very loving. It's gonna, if you want to have a loving experience, you can have a loving experience.
If you're just full of love
we talk
yourself,
about the ego destructing experiences because those are the most powerful and most important experiences. Going in there and experiencing all the love of the universe and all that, that's great, but it's spiritual masturbation at the end of the day. You're not actually putting any work in there. But anyway, so I found myself in one of these rooms with all these geometric patterns and shapes, and they were three-dimensional, and they were made of this plasma type thing, and they were swirling around, and I was like, oh, how cool is this? This is a great place. Oh, yes, I love this place. And then I was like, I saw that I was like in a box, right? And I saw this entity looking down at me like this in this box. And I look up at it like this, and I'm like, hey, wait a minute, what is that? And I start pushing through the walls of this room and breaking down all of this illusion that I was in. And then I see these three praying mantis type beings. And I can't say that they're praying mantis because they were more gray looking than praying mantis, but they had this movement to them that was very praying mantis like. And they had these voices these little insect voices. I can't even reproduce it, but they had these little, insect voices like that. And so I look at them, and there's three of them, and they're like, and I'm like, who are you? I told them like that. Who are you? With force and with authority. And they're like, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I want to know who you are. And they're like, go back to your monkey business, you talking monkey, and push me back into this room, right? So I found myself in this room again, and I got caught up in the wonders and wow of the room because the room felt very good. I was like, wow, look at all these shapes. And I was like, maybe I'll just give up. There's no reason for me to push through all this. This is fun. I'll just, I'll write out my experience here. I kind of like it here. It's comfortable. Then I caught myself going, no. I want to go see who the hell these, hold on. I want to go see who these are. So I'm pushing and pushing and pushing. And I think literally at this point, I'm standing up and I'm moving like this, trying to get all these images out of my, and Sheree's like, is he having a seizure? What's going on here?
And I'm like, nah, seizure's not that controlled.
So I'm trying to literally get all these things out of my view and all of these visions, and I get back to them, and they're like, what are you doing here again? No, actually, they were like, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. And I'm like, who are you? Just like that. Who are you? And they're like, what did they say? They tried to push me back into the room again, if I remember correctly. I wrote an article about this. I should have preserved all of these articles. We lost some of them when we did the upgrades to TFR, but I was keeping kind of like a public journal of some of these experiences for a while. But anyways, we got to a point where I was like, no, you are going to tell me who you are. I want to know who you are, what you do, etc. And they said, we maintain the matrix, etc. And I'm like, what is that? And I pointed to this ball of energy that was sitting on this kind of like laboratory type of, it was like a petri dish type thing, it was like sitting in a lab, and I felt like I was on a spaceship. And I'm like, what is that? And they're like, that's the universe. And I'm like, who are you? And they're like, we are the keepers or the watchers. I don't remember exactly what they said. And I said, did you create that? And they go, no, we didn't create it. We just maintain it. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, who created you? I want to know who created you. And and then they never answered the question. That's the thing. They never answered the question. But then I started asking, I want to know how that works. And they were like, okay. And I forced them to take me back to the control panel, right? And so they take me back to the control panel. I'm sitting down in front of all these screens again, very similar to the 13th density. But this place was a lot clearer than the 13th density. The 13th density was overwhelmingly bright light. This place was darker, and it was more material than the 13th density. And I was sitting down in front of this computer and typing on this computer. And they were like, this is how you make trees. This is how you do this. This is how you do that. I'm like, hell yeah, this is what's up right here. And I could see behind me, there was like this like other area back there with these beings standing back there. And I was like, playing around on this computer. And I pulled up a screen of a rainforest, which was in Brazil. And I started playing on the computer. And I start making it rain, and I'm just turning up the rain, and I'm watching on the screen, and the screen, holy shit. I'm turning up the rain. Oh my God, it just connected for me. So I'm at this computer. This is in like 2014.
Yeah, so it's like 4 years ago.
So I'm at this computer, I'm turning up the rain. And a few more things happened during the experience. And the next day I come out of the experience. And I come out the experience. And the next day there was this huge flood in Brazil. And it was on the news and all this. And I'm like, oh shit, did I do that?
Was that me?
And I was just like, kind of chuckling at it at that point. Like, no, there's no way that I could have done that in the control panel and this and that and blah, 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 blah. Fast forward to Egypt last April. What did we do? We did the exact same thing as we did in 2014. Almost as if that was a training ground.
Mm-hmm.
Almost as if that information was delivered at that point. And then in Egypt, we literally made it flood.
Yep.
And we were there in Egypt when this happened. So it's not like, oh, we were here in Colorado and then there's a coincidental flood in Brazil. And I just happened to have this experience the night before where I'm playing on this machine. Wow. Yeah. I'm just blown away. You see, this is how DMT is such an evolving gnosis.
It really
because
is.
You go back to experiences from several years ago and then they start to make sense now based on new experiences. It's all episodic.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I tell people, don't work with Aya just once. It's not a one-shot thing. It's not a one-shot cure-all, but rather it's a progressive, gnosis. So, wow. I'm going to find that article. I have to find that article.
Yeah.
Mike Philbin. Remember Mike Philbin from
I
the Prison
remember
Platform?
Mike.
He wrote an article based on the article that I wrote, and he put it on Before It's News. And I looked for it on Before It's News the other day, but they changed their website, and I couldn't find that article. However, I'm sure that I can find it in the Wayback Machine if I look hard enough. So, anyways, wow.
Yeah, you're right though. It is a slow progression because I've been using DMT with you since 2009, and then it took a few years before I wanted to get into ayahuasca. So it was like 2013, I think it was, before I finally did ayahuasca. But when I started, I had really, really bad anxiety. And then by the time 2018 rolled around, I could basically put up with a walking in the middle of the desert with my husband on one side, and then behind, like in front of him, a guy with a Tech 9 or something. He had a little
MK4,
a little
it looked
machine gun.
It looked like an Uzi.
Yeah,
it wasn't an Uzi. But
it looked like a Tommy gun. Really, I mean, it was like a big gun, and did not freak out at all. Did not have a panic attack, and I really believe that because of my experiences with this, it really helped me to not freak out and to not lose my cool and to be able to stay calm and focused and completely coherent through all of these experiences that we had in Egypt. I really think so.
Denizen said, "Hey Geos, I connected that control room story with the Rain in Africa story like 2 days ago. You finally connected it too. Boom."
Mm-hmm.
See, you guys are ahead of us here.
Yeah,
you know? I mean, this is what I'm talking about. You guys, y'all are connecting dots before we do. So this is really a team effort here. But yeah, I never made that connection until this moment. That's insane.
Yep. Tanner Chop said you can't have a journey on kratom. It's just a natural opiate. I completely agree. It does have some weird tryptamine kind of qualities, but I've done high doses of kratom. Never had anything even remotely resembling any kind of tryptamine, kind of hallucination.
No, but can you have tryptamine hallucinations? I thought you were talking about mixing the two.
No, on kratom. Yeah, no. No, it's useful for pain and mild depression and things like that, but I would not rely on it to have hallucinations, the same as you would, use any kind of other tryptamine. So Subi3 said, "Wowza, this is freaking incredible. Holy." So question, was Robert Monroe from the Monroe Institute working for or knowingly involved with or took part in creating this document, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, with the CIA?
That's a good question.
That is a good question.
Let's hold that question because we have Matt calling in.
Ah, cool.
And I think he has a story that he wants to share with us. So let's see if we can bring him on the line. Matt, do we have you?
Chris.
Hey, how are you, brother?
I'm doing pretty well, man. I'm enjoying your show, as usual.
Thank you.
You guys are awesome.
Oh, dude, you guys are awesome, man. I mean, just the people in the chat room are having revelations. We're having revelations. It's all coming unraveled, man. But tell us what's on your mind tonight.
I think it's unraveling as it compresses, man, into the, I don't know. But anyway, on my mind was like, you're talking about the eyes earlier, and I was just curious as to what you think, or what your interpretation is to it, rather, like, metaphorically speaking. Like, the eyes around, like, on DMT, or these beings with, because, in my opinion, the eyes are a metaphor for perspective, knowledge, and direction. So, like, I don't know.
Oh, the eyes.
So
okay, I got you. The eyes. So the veil of eyes, I've interpreted as the whole time, and I may be wrong on this interpretation, but I can tell you what I was feeling as I was going through them. It's the Yahweh's eyes looking at me, and just like I see grays looking at me, I always saw them as kind of a sinister type of thing. But again, it could be just my perspective that I'm looking at it like that. It's the first time that I have considered them to be.
Do you think it's the universe inside you? Like
it could very well be.
The grays are in?
It could, the universe inside where the grays exist. Oh, that's a whole nother perspective right there. I've never thought about that. Tell us more about that.
Well, I kind of always thought they were maybe, this is like a consensus theory. I'm not the only one, but like, they're like us from the future, or maybe an evolved species, or than ours, but with the same genomes.
I have heard that. I've heard that they're time travelers, and that in the future that we have kind of meshed into these grays. We're using more of our mind than we are of our bodies, and so our bodies become weaker and weaker and weaker. But I don't resonate with that, but I have heard that theory 100%. Is that what you're resonating with? Like that could be maybe our future selves?
Well, I also believe in like inevitability. So I think like all possibilities will eventually become, come to be in either one like timeline or dimension or space, whatever you want to call it, or another. So
When everything
I don't
merges
know.
together. Yeah. Well, I think we're experiencing the merger of everything together right now. And, I think this is just my opinion. Let me know how you resonate with this. But I think that is not necessarily a good thing, that things were supposed to be separated for a particular reason. Just like all your files on your computer are supposed to be in different folders. And when they all start merging together into one folder, then it just becomes a huge jumbled mess. And you don't know what the hell you're looking at or what you're looking for and all this. And then your search bar is messed up on top of that. And so you're having to go through the files, each and every one, and try to put them back into where they're supposed to be. But anyways, I think these grays have been able to jump into this dimension where they're supposed to exist in other dimensions, and they're starting to affect different dimensions, and they're not supposed to do that. How do you resonate with something like that? I take it like you're resonating the opposite.
Well, I'm just curious. Do you think that anything that shouldn't happen can happen? Or that can't happen would happen?
I think so.
That shouldn't?
I think so, if things are broken. But again, the perspective that I come through is I'm looking at it like a machine. So things can go wrong in a machine, and things can happen that aren't supposed to happen. But it's not that, anything that can happen may potentially happen, but it's not necessarily the way things are supposed to happen.
And
So
it could be happening right in front of us. You could maybe just not be able to comprehend. I mean, it's beautiful.
Well, that is true. They say that the brain only receives, like, I think it's like 2% or 3% of what is actually around us at any given time. And what's interesting is I've seen these grays manifest not only in the third eye, but I've also seen them manifest within the room themselves. So last weekend I was talking about an experience. I was sitting there. All of a sudden there was this Native American boom, 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 really deep, dark type of beat with just a flute over it. And the light started flashing, but it wasn't really flashing like a strobe light. But to me, it looked like it started flashing. It was the luminance of the computer screen that was on in the other room and kind of lighting up the hallway. And then from there manifested a gray. And what was interesting about this experience is it manifested within the room itself. This was an open-eyed vision, as opposed to most of the ayahuasca visions, which are closed-eye visions. In closed-eye visions, I see grays around, like at the pyramid, for example. We were in the sarcophagus, and I can see grays around the sarcophagus, waiting around the firewall, but it was still in the mind's eye. In this particular experience, there it was standing right there in the room, which makes me go, maybe these things are around us all the time, but they're just right outside of our frequency range. Yeah.
I myself have had interactions of these like ship, or it's like a Merkaba type looking metallic ship thing that like I had I've talked to many different beings, or I've at least seen them. They freak me out.
So is this?
But yes.
Is this in the DMT state that you're seeing them, or is this in the dream state, or what are you? How are you exactly seeing them?
Well, both technically. I mean, not lately in the physical. It was more when I was younger. Like one of my first memories is of a tall gray talking to my brother, me watching from his room window. It's really weird.
I had a similar thing growing up. I've talked about this before, where my parents took me to a psychologist because I was telling them that little people were coming into the room at night. I think this is, like I said, they're supposed to exist on another dimension, but they've been able to shift into this dimension and start messing with things. Now, as a sovereign consciousness, the thing that comes to mind is, what right do they have to first of all, because we've had even recent encounters with these Greys coming into the house. First of all, what right do they have to do that kind of brain freeze type effect that they do to put us in a state of a paralysis type of state, and then come in here and mess with us? Like, who gave them permission to do this? Did we give them permission on a higher level? So on and so forth, which their actions make me feel like they're malevolent rather than benevolent, and they shouldn't be doing what they're doing. I mean, we don't impede on other sovereign consciousness like that. You know, we understand the universal laws of not doing to others what we don't want done to us. What do you think about that?
No, I agree. I mean, we should definitely treat everyone the same. But at the same time, the universe enabling us with the ability to do something is kind of like giving us the right to do it. But it's really just giving us a choice. So I guess in a way it's kind of a right. I don't know.
So in your interactions with the Greys, did they take you on any ships? Were you taken to any other locations? You know, anything like that? And is this something that's been repeating throughout your life?
Yeah, it's a recurring theme. I haven't been taken anywhere or anything. It's just like they hang around. You know, like, have you ever noticed how the stars aren't really like, they're not really stars, they're just like kind of what you described as a holographic, you know, projection, and it's becoming such a cliche, but, this whole thing is
I agree with you.
hologram.
I look up at the sky, and especially on high doses of ayahuasca, and I'm like, this thing is fake here.
It's completely fake.
It is fake.
I remember even before I got with Chris,
Have you ever looked up and, I'm sorry.
Oh, I remember being before I was with Chris, I took my new digital camera. I was so excited that I finally was able to afford one. And I started taking video of this star that looked like it was flashing really bright. And I zoomed in on it, and all it is a pulsating light. I mean, and I was like, that's weird. It just seems like a pulsating energy source.
I honestly think they're like cameras or just little spaceships or something. I don't know.
I agree with you.
They're not stars.
They're not.
I don't think they're stars at all.
No. They're not millions of light years away. They're something much, much, much closer. I think that they're more like energy sources, and that's why astrology works so well. But I think that's where star seeds come from too. I think it's not that they come from a planet that's there. I think people are wrong about that. But I think maybe that's a portal that they come in through and then find an avatar within here. And some people just realize they come from the stars, and they point to the star portal that they came through into this matrix. What do you think about that?
Well, portals, I think as long as you're able to resonate with the grid that you're fighting against, you should be able to pass through it. I mean, as long as you're harmonizing with its frequencies and, acclimating for all its algorithms that it's, focused on, keeping you out, or in, rather. I don't know. We're getting pretty out there.
Oh, it's okay.
No,
this is beyond the veil, dude.
Beyond the veil. So we go beyond.
This is where we
veil.
go. Yeah, for sure. So, so let me ask your opinion on this. So, I teeter-totter back and forth between the ideas that it's a consciousness overlay, or that we've taken our consciousness, projected it into this matrix by removing it from our bodies and putting it in here. And that this is an actual construct that we're actually walking around in rather than a 100% digital simulation. So it's kind of like an empty space with an overlay projected over it to create the illusion of a hologram. What resonates with you the most?
An empty space. So like a vacuum that has a projection in it, is what you're saying, basically?
Yeah. So imagine like the room that you're in right now. It doesn't have anything in it, and everything in it is just a hologram, but the room is still real. So the space is still real, the space is still there, but everything that's inside of it is just a projection, and underneath that projection is nothing but a white room.
And you're asking if my room is like that?
No. I'm just asking what your feelings are on that possibility that that's how reality is overlaid.
Well, I definitely would have to agree it's overlaid, and it's a recurring wavelength that just is going to keep on going until it's encompassed, and we're able to transmute those, glitches into progressive processes to get to where the raw, as you would call it, consciousness wants us to direct ourselves. I don't know.
I know. Unraveling the mysteries of the universe.
You give me hard questions.
I don't mean to do that to you, brother, but I do want to say.
No, I liked it.
Awesome. Yeah, that's what it's about. We look at everything from all these different perspectives, try to unravel. I like the way that you're saying compression, because I do feel I resonate with that. We're moving to a point of singularity rather than moving, I call it unraveling because I see these octopus tentacles wrapped around everything. So we're unraveling all those tentacles and releasing the grasp of this. But no, I think you're 100% on point, man. I really appreciate the call. Hey, is there anything else in your mind?
Just the other interpretation I had of all the eyes, of like when you're in that state on a Deemster, like I always thought that it's multi-layered perceptions of different geometrical, wave entities. And but each one of your atoms has two poles at least. And people will say we're bipolar, but we're monopolar. And every one of your atoms has a consciousness. They all talk to each other. And, so I was just thinking how does that transfer to you to a bigger model? Because, I think we're, smaller models of a bigger model, so...
It could be, I like the way you're thinking about that, because it's overlay after overlay after overlay. So we see this 3D overlay. We can break that through meditation, ayahuasca, tools like that. Get down to another overlay, break that overlay. Get down to even deeper overlays. Break those one at a time.
And not only break it, but we use its energy. We encompass it. So that it's not there anymore to mess anything up anymore.
That's a good point.
I like the way you're thinking. Cool.
It's a kind of negating of the virus.
I like that. I'm going to meditate on that. I'm going to let you go, though, because there's another caller from 868 waiting, and I want to get to his call here.
No, thanks for having me on for so long. It was fun.
Hey, absolutely, brother.
Thank
you for calling in. Cool. Love you, man. 868, what's up?
Hi, Chris. Hi, Sheree.
Hey, how are you? Who's this?
I'm great. This is Matt.
Nice to hear from you, man. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, firstly, as you all were discussing about the grays, I just have a little thought about that. That sort of thing that the grays does with freezing time, somehow I got a feeling, because the Greys' original job were to control things from in the background, they still have the tech. So it's all about tech. And if we are in a coded reality, then they can use their tech and do certain things that for us seemingly is impossible. Like, for instance, stopping the body, but they can't stop you, your conscious being, from moving.
Dude, I
what do you think about that?
I just got chills going all the way through my body, straight to the raw consciousness when you said that. That resonates 1000%. They have a tech. They're supposed to fix stuff when things are broken. So they have the ability to freeze things, come in here, fix things, and go back to where they came from.
And they're
but instead,
abusing
they're
that.
abusing that power that they have, and they're just messing the game up. Dude, I think you just broke some ground here.
Great. I'm happy I did that, because that was the first thought came to my mind. We have to remember that our body is not us. Mm-hmm. And once you keep that in mind, then you will understand why certain things are the way they are.
Wow. That's have you had experience with these things? Have you not the grays, but other things, which I'm calling to give you an update on what had happened on the day when you said that you saw this little thing sucking. Well, not little, but very large, sucking on the dome. Yes.
Great.
Yes.
So I have something to share about that.
Okay.
Okay. So on that very same morning, like between 2 to 4 o'clock a.m., I was sleeping. I was having an ordinary dream. I am conscious that I'm in a dream, so I do little things and change certain things in my dreams.
Oh, that's
and
awesome.
I will walk into this white vehicle. Yeah. So I will walk into a white vehicle, and as I reach about, let's say, 30 meters from the vehicle, I felt like a void just came upon, and the entire dream, like all the environment, just turned gray. And it's like a void, like almost like a black hole is pulling me towards the vehicle. So I stepped away, like stepped backward from the vehicle, and I say, okay, let me try this again. And I start to walk towards the vehicle, and this void just gripped me and started to levitate my body in the dream and pull me towards the vehicle. So then I'm already conscious. I'm in a dream. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to go through this. I'm going to just wake up. So I just say, okay, it's time to wake up. And when I woke up in this place where there is the entire room. My fan is moving. You're seeing the curtains moving with the breeze. You're seeing the clock, the time is moving. Everything is realistic, except in the entire environment is gray, kind of dark, like a tinted glass over the entire environment. So immediately within myself, I know I went back. I went some sort, I don't know where it was, but it was this the realm or dimension. It's like something similar. I'm just letting you think about that for once, I'm thinking if you ever experienced anything like that before.
So this was it was a room that looked kind of like was it like a...
It's my room, like my house, my room, except in everything I have a tinted, like if you look into a tinted glass.
Everything was tinted.
My body.
So it was like a dark
my body,
version.
My eyes.
Okay, so
yes, correct.
When I was when I was about 20 years old, and this was before I was still working with psychedelics back then, but I wasn't working with psychedelics. I was just doing psychedelics. You know, I didn't know what I was doing back then. But I took a little bit of a break for a couple of years, and during this break process that I took, I had this interesting experience where these tall whites came and basically took me onto a spaceship and hooked up something to my brain. They were trying to download thoughts and all this. I'll skip all of the beginning of it so I can get to this point that I'm trying to make here. So at the end of this experience, and I didn't piece the puzzle until later, but at the end of this experience, I found myself to be in a tinted version of my living room. But I noticed that there were no walls. And I remember I had this big Greek painting hanging over my my living room, my couch, and I was laying on the couch, and that painting wasn't there. And so I was able to tell, wait a minute, this looks like my living room. The couch feels like my couch, but I'm not in my couch. I'm not in my house. I'm somewhere else. And then off in the distance, I was able to see this light, and so I can get a depth of the space that I was in. And I was in this huge, huge, huge room. Did it feel anything like that? Like, did you notice anything weird? Like it was like a replication of your room, but rather there were no walls or anything weird like that?
Okay, so it was a replication because I felt the environment is like a shift in the atmosphere. Now, where we are now, like in this world, it has much more like a dense feeling. and let's say you meditate or you take DMT or whatever it is, you feel a little light. This place was like a void, like emptiness. It's almost like if I had got up and I walked, I would have met nothing outside other than the room. So I had a feeling that there was nothing outside of my room. But here's what happened next. When that happened, and I realized I was not back into this reality, I tried to get up off my bed to see exactly where I am. When I tried to do that, again, an entity came like out of nowhere, like just open a hole. And this was something like I never seen before. It created more darkness in the room, like a dark smoke, and it had red eyes, a skull head with a black face. But strange enough, I wasn't feeling an evil presence. I was feeling darkness and a void. All I can interpret from that being is that being somehow was created like it is. It wasn't turned, it's like darkness and void itself. Now, it came to my face. I take my hand and put it through the smoke to grab for his neck. And Chris, I literally felt a neck bone. I'm not kidding. I felt a neck bone between my two hands, and that being it didn't get frightened. I wasn't frightened because I'm not afraid of these things, because I know who I am. So when I did that movement, I left my body. So my body's supposed to be lying still. I hold his neck and I pull his head close to my face, and both of us are observing each other's faces. I'm observing the being face. It's not a nice face to look at, but I'm observing it, and I'm telepathically telling the being, who are you? And what are you? Where did you come from? Now, that was just in all one transmission. And the being was looking at my face and was sending back a transmission to me. Why are you so aware and so powerful? And when in about 5 seconds of observing each other, that being opened up and just went through, disappeared from in my arms, and just disappeared through the roof ceiling and went.
So this
when
being,
I
this being
came back, yeah.
Was this being bipedal? Did it have arms and legs, or did it have?
It didn't have a body. There was no body, just a face, a red skull face with 2 red eyes. The rest of the body were merging with the smoke and merging with a void coming through this portal that it came out from.
Wow.
I never seen anything like it before. I dealt with shadow beings, as I called on a previous show, and that wasn't the same feeling. Shadow beings is pure evil. That was pure void, pure darkness. It's different. It may sound familiar, but it's different.
You know, you're giving me
is,
chills just talking about
yeah.
this, because I'm feeling the energy radiating as you're speaking, coming from this being, and this seems like I don't know what it is, but
I don't know.
I can picture this. I can picture it's almost like the head.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: could it be that the head of this being was coming through a portal, and that's why it didn't have a body, but it had a body, but it was only peeking its head through the portal? Or do you think this being was just what it was in the?
From my perspective, Chris, I believe that the entire body were out, but it wasn't fully out because the smoke within the room, the rest of the body coming from the neck downward, will merge with the smoke. But the head was like, at first it was in the smoke until I grabbed the bone of the neck and pulled the head out of the smoke towards my body, where we were like almost face to face, almost kissing each other, looking at and observing each other. And then it, at will, disappeared from my hand. That's the first being that I ever encountered could have not be afraid. I hadn't felt any shift in the atmosphere, like it was shocked. It wasn't afraid. I wasn't afraid. And it literally left like if I was nothing to it.
You know,
it may sound scary, but I'm not scared of anything. I'm not scared of it, but
well, no, I can feel
I'm just getting it out there to everyone.
I can feel the energy as you're talking, but you know what I'm really what I'm really feeling the most, and what I love to hear the most, is that you faced this thing head on. You reached for its neck. You knew who you were. You knew that you were more powerful than this. You faced it down with no fear. And if I'm understanding correctly, as soon as you reached for it, you felt that neck bone, but then it had to disappear because you understood the power that was in you.
Yeah, correct.
That is awesome. That is awesome, man. That's exactly what we're trying to teach people here about the power inside of themselves when they encounter things like this, you know. Where do you tell people to start? Like, you know, so you've got somebody, they've got these kind of experiences, they're still feeling fear, they're still feeling all of that. Well, you know, where do you tell them to start to remove the fear that's inside of them?
Well, the first thing I tell them, Chris, you need to start to understand. First, I guide them to read certain things, like especially most people I dealt with is more organic beings who has been trapped in a religious societies. So you can't just come to those people with certain things. I learned how to go soft, be strategic, and get to them. And once they grasp certain things, then you feed them a little more. Because if you just drop the whole thing on them, it will definitely turn them away. But once they get a grasp, then deep down inside them will start crying out for more. They need to find more truth, more knowledge. Something, because that's how I felt. That's what bring me out personally. I never had help, but now I have you guys, you and Sheree and the whole family. You know?
I agree with you, man.
I guide people by feeding them information that they need at the time, and as they make progress, I ask them, how are you going? Did you experience anything weird? Were you scared? No, you cannot see fear. These things feed on fear, and I just guide them like a guide. I have another story also I just want to give you, but
okay.
Yeah, you go ahead. Ask me another question, Chris.
No. I was just gonna say that's an awesome story. I'm really resonating with this. What part of the world are you in?
I'm in Trinidad. That's off the coast of Venezuela and Guyana.
In Trinidad, man.
Unfortunately, yeah.
I got to say that your accent is
It's
awesome.
awesome, yes.
I love it, man. I love it. But I hope we get to meet, man, because I really feel connected to you, and I feel like you're a very powerful warrior on this team here. And oh, dude, I'm so glad to reconnect with you, because I mean, I think we're reconnecting here in these lives here, and we're all on the same team. But I can feel the power coming from you. Take us away on the second story, please.
Okay, no problem. So this one is from my girlfriend. Now, we are very connected. We are connected in the way that how you and Sheree are connected. On levels where if I'm thinking something, she will know if the, let's say, I would call it emotion in the body and the mind is vibrating enough, I will immediately know. So, like, for instance, when I got that experience, she knew. And she's not living with me at the time being. She's, like, very far away from me. And she knew and sent me a message as soon as I came out from it and asked me if something came and visited me, which she always does. Like, if she is sick, she has a headache, I have a headache, she will know. So that's a real close connection there. Now, she dreamt. Okay, before I go into that, let me just get into this. Currently, giving her a little advice on how to deal with the NPCs in current environment, her immediate family and immediate associates. So I send this little message in the group, sharing with the rest of the family. I was telling them, I said, my girlfriend asked the NPCs are so, at this time, the AI is using the NPCs almost like if they are robots, and these NPCs don't even know why they are doing what they are doing. So I will explain to her, we are like a little marble in the center of other marbles. That's your family. You have your family. Your family has a certain coding. Just like how the marbles in the jar is close to each other, let's say you are in the middle of the jar, but you are a metal slug marble. And because you are consciousness, you are metal slug, that body is metal slug, where you can manipulate the coding that your body was originally set there to go on a certain path. Now, her physical being in that environment, if she weren't a conscious being in the body, she would have been the type of person that anyone comes to, push her around, tell her whatever to do, and she just does it and feel it's a sad within herself, but never have the strength to stand up and tell people go fuck themselves. But since we met and I started speaking to her and she started to remember who she was also, things started to change. And I warned her from the earlies when we met. I said, Bev, you need to understand that when you start to make these changes, these people are not realistic. Now, or then I didn't tell her that they were actually NPCs. Eventually we got onto that. And she understands exactly what she's dealing with. And I explained the changes that would have happened. I said, your immediate family, as you start to make these changes, and you start to do things differently, you start to tell these NPCs, you need to take your own responsibility and handle your own stories, have other things to handle. They would start to come against you. They would think that you should go and, let's say a simple thing like go by the laundry place and get their clothes for them when they has their NPC husband and children to go and do it. And you have to do it. And if you don't do it, it's a problem. And they wouldn't do the same for you. Now, it reached a stage where it's so bad right now that her current boss apparently had an issue with her because she miscounted some packages, some goods, and the boss recounted the goods and said, well, Bev, I recounted the goods and it came up short. So she sent a reply and said, well, thanks very much for bringing up the issue. I do appreciate that, and I'll do better next time. Her boss actually replied that was very disrespectful. And on top of that, got other managers, and they are all agreeing that is also disrespectful. She went to her immediate family, and they read that and also agree that she is disrespectful. And I'm reading that, and I cannot comprehend how that could even possibly be disrespectful when you actually thank someone for correcting you. What do you think about that, Chris? Do you think that is getting really, really bad now?
It is getting very, very, very bad. You know, the whole idea of go fuck yourself, you don't have to necessarily say it that way, but really to me, it's more of an energy thing. You know, we always tell people, I love you and this and that, but there's some energies you just want to just get away from you. Like, just get away from me. That's what I mean when I say that. Like, I don't want you in my sphere, get away from me. I don't want your energy, et cetera, et cetera. Can you ask the question again? Because I'm not really sure what the question is.
Okay, so based on the situation now, there's a lot of other things that had happened. That, let's say, people is like everyone, all the NPCs are coming with negative energy, and they're trying to draw from her constantly trying to draw from her all the time. And if we don't speak, she will be pretty drained. And I will know. So I will keep on trying to encourage her and so on. Now, the question I ask is, are you all noticing these changes? Like, now, it may not happen because I explained to her, when these things start to happen, you need to move yourself from that environment. That circle that you were supposed to be in, you need to move away as far as possible and settle somewhere else. I told her that Monday. And, well, I just asked the question to you, but I have another thing that happened after all of that happened.
Okay. Well,
but do you think that, are you seeing the changes where the NPCs are getting a little, like, you could actually notice, like, they are actually coming towards you, and these people don't even know why they are doing what they are doing.
Yes. I noticed it in Egypt the most. So when we were taken out to the desert, I don't think this guy had any intention of doing anything negative to us. But then that call to prayer went out, and when it did, something almost kind of snapped. And then all of a sudden, I could feel the energy from him that he had a nefarious intention against us. And I don't think he knew why. He didn't understand why. He just felt like, I've got to take these two out in the desert and kill them. I've also noticed people, NPCs, as I'm encountering throughout the day, they see the resonance and they're just reacting in a certain way based on the resonance that I'm emitting, and they don't know why. You know, one of the big
they don't know why.
Yeah, I hate to put this in a political context, but this is the best way that I can describe it at this point. So I've been asking some of these people, why do you hate Trump so much? You know, just to see what their response is. And they don't know why. They're just programmed to just
they don't know.
They don't know. They can't articulate it. And then there's others like that guy we ran into yesterday, and he listens to the show, but he stopped listening because I pointed out that what Kanye West did with Trump is dissolving the racial divide and tension that we have here in this country. And they were calling Kanye some very derogatory words on CNN.
Very racist.
It was very racist words. It's not anything that I would ever expect coming out from media. And he said, "Oh, will you support Trump? That's it. I'm blocking you, and I'm never listening to your show again." And I'm like, "Well, this is just the right thing to do." Like, they don't know why. They're just programmed. I'm sitting here looking and going, "Hey, here we have black and white coming together, no racial dividing. This is awesome." And then I don't know. It's just they don't understand why. It is getting worse and worse and worse. And they're starting to act collectively in a hive mind too, and creating mobs.
Hive mind
And mobs, and it's gotten pretty bad. I don't know if you can see the screen that I have here, but it says
I do.
Yeah, if you take the letter of the word mob, M-O-B, and you change each letter, you take the M and you turn it into N, which is the next letter. O, you turn it into P, and then B, you turn it into C. You get NPC from the word mob. So and that's exactly what they are. I look at these people, and some of them don't even look real to me. Like,
they look like cartoons.
They look like cartoons, or they look like clones.
Yeah,
you know, all these mumble rappers that we have, the way that they sing, they have the same facial tattoos, they have the same look, they have the same all of that. And I can't think to myself, and these kids are like 20, 25 years old. I look at them and I'm like, I can't really see the process of them going through one facial tattoo, another facial tattoo, another facial tattoo, more tattoos on their back, more tattoos here and there, etc. It looks like they were just designed like that and then put out into the public, almost as if it's a cloning type of operation. So not only do we have NPC consciousness, but I think what we're having walking around here are legitimate clones that are a copy of the NPC consciousness as well. So they're starting to replicate in ways that we never even thought.
Yeah, I do agree. As you mentioned that, Chris, something came across my mind, and I was discussing this with my girlfriend. I was thinking about the construct of this entire realm that we are in. Let's say the dome or the matrix, whatever you want to call it. So the matrix has its program. The matrix is in a universal matrix, as you know. The matrix has its program. Then it has the world, which is the Earth program, people of Earth. Then it has country, continent, islands program. Each island, each country, it have national pride and so on. Then it have race programs set to each body that you come in. There are programming that's set into the body. The genetic code, that's a code also. The genetics, all these different things. The plants, each plant have a genetic code. Everything has a code in it. When you break it down, science can show you these things, as we all know. Now, it's getting even deeper. Then you have a group, other nation, you have a government, parties code, group codes, families code, business codes, and then it comes down to individual programs. Now, the individual, it could even go worse now, where let's say if you consider the body as a program built with a set of codes in it, and another body, someone of a different race, let's say, you have different genetics, different genes, maybe same race, it doesn't matter, and it comes together, these two programming mix to each other. Now you will get some of the physical codes or the physical programming from the physical body. You may have your eyes from the father of that particular body. Then you have the mother skin tone. Then you may also have, because your grandparents had mixed also, you may have your grandmother voice and all these different things. It just keeps merging and merging and merging. But it's working together in harmony nevertheless, because the entire construct was really programmed for it to intermingle in that way. What do you think about that?
I think you are 100% spot on, and I think you've broken it down much deeper than we have broken it down here on the show. You have code after code after code. Not only that, but you take a piece of one code, you mix it with another code, you create another NPC body, so on and so forth. The code structure is based in the mind. You have the legal code, business code. You have all these different codes of conduct. You know, we're always going right back to computer simulation language, which is programs and codes. You have television programs, you have radio programs, you have all these different programs and codes. I think you just broke the matrix, man.
Yep.
I think you're on fire. Wow. I love it. I do. I think, I mean, you know, I have some code up here on the screen, and it says the sequence represents the first exon of the human RAS DNA sequence, etc.
Great.
So, you know, you take this piece of code from the mother, this piece of code from the father, mix them the two together, and just start splicing things all up together. And as above, so below, it just continues to just spiral out like that.
Correct. And then we not even starting to speak about the mental thinking programming, which also consists of codes also, which the NPCs are bound by. And they're being controlled by the AI now to come against us because we are breaking the coding. It's like we are like gear wheels all around us, or the entire, everyone who we interact with in personal life, who is in our immediate environment. We are like a gear wheel steering in the center. Our body, I should say, is like a gear wheel. And let's say we got consciousness and we decide, you know what, we're going to jump out from here. And when we move ourselves from that position, they would stop spinning. Now, the architect of the matrix, let's say the AI, who's running things and maybe the grays and so on, needs to now come and fix that. So what they're going to try to do, Chris, they will try to get you back into that spot. If it by meaning tormenting you, trying to use the other gears to squeeze you back in that particular spot.
Bring you down to that lower frequency to where they can work on your code. Oh.
Correct.
Brilliant.
That is brilliant, man. I don't even know where to go from here. I think we need to end the show because I think you just broke the matrix.
Yep.
That is awesome, man. I hope we get to meet someday because I can tell that you're...
Yes, I am looking forward to that, Chris.
Awesome.
I am looking forward to that.
Awesome. We are going to let you go because Sheree's looking at me and saying, hey, I'm hungry.
Yeah, Sheree.
You said you had one more story to share, though. Can you share that with us?
I will just make it quick. Yeah. Okay, so my girlfriend, I always used to speak to her about certain things, and she got a dream last night about she met her grandmother. Now, since she met me, she always said, my grandmother, when I met you, I felt like the presence of my grandmother. So we spoke about it more than once, because she used to feel very lonely since her grandmother died years ago, and the feeling never left. But since we met, she said she feels the same way how she felt around her grandmother. So I was like, okay, well, you never know. Maybe I haven't recall that I was once your grandmother in the past, because I met people who stated that they recall they were a female and now they're in a male body, and who was in a female body and now in a male body in this reincarnation. So I say, you never know. I could have actually been, but I can't remember. But you feel in that frequency, and it's familiar. Now, she got a dream last night where her grandmother met her and were taking her along a journey through the realms. Now, her dream was literally like if she took DMT. It was the exact same way how you see like you blast through. I have no clue how she reached that level, but she got it in a dream. And she was journeying through like different colors and shapes and so on. And then she reached a part where it had an ocean and the water was black. And her grandmother tell her, well, we need to cross the ocean to reach the other side. Now, I always speak to her, I say, when you dream in these things, follow through the zone and don't fear anything. She got panicked and started not to want to go in the boat, and her grandmother took her and threw her in the water, the black water. And she started to drown and started to panic in the dream. And her grandmother picked her up, and then they sort of like teleported to the next side of the shore. When she reached on the other side of the shoreline, she met a bunch of strange faces. Her grandmother told her that is her ancestors, and how all of them are outside looking upon her. And then she saw me, all in white, standing with the ancestors. And her grandmother pointed to me and told her that I am her guardian, well, guiding. I'm her guide out of here. And she needs to follow my guide. I'm the one to take her out from where she is at right now. And when that happened, the grandmother, they just disappeared and end up in this room. She said she ended up in a room with like a crystal room, white all around, no windows, no doors. And it had like scared all the things that she was actually scared about. Spiders, snakes, whatever, name it, lions. And she would sit down in the room, and her grandmother told her, if you stop being fearful, then all these things will disappear. Well, she gets a panic attack. And starts to scream and bawl, and these things were like coming closer to her, like it wanted to consume her and crawl all over, and she was screaming and bawling and saying, get me out of here, and trying to bang on the wall. And grandmother's like, you need to stop being fearful. And then when after about a good while now, she was trapped in that whole dream state for like about just bawling and so on for about 10 minutes straight. And when she eventually settled down, then she said 2 of the creatures disappeared. I think it was a lion and a spider, I believe. She said it disappeared, but the rest were there. But her grandmother, you see all the white walls around disappeared. And her grandmother came from behind one of the walls and said, well, you are progressing, but your journey is not yet done. And it disappeared from everything that's disappeared, and she was like in this white room. And there I came and hold her hands. And then she woke up. She like jumped up out of the dream. Yeah.
Wow. So if I'm understanding correctly, the more fear that she showed, the more control this substance had over her, or
Correct.
this water.
Yeah.
But when she released that fear,
Yeah.
then she was able to release herself from the water. So kind of like fighting quicksand. The more that you fight to try to get out of quicksand, the deeper that it pulls you into it.
Correct.
Wow.
Now, other than that, Chris, her grandmother told her, which she mentioned to me after, because she got to tell me that during that space of the dream, her grandmother told her that she said, the current family that she's living with, she said, you need to leave them. They are evil. She said, then her grandmother told her, and the grandmother's calling out family members. I don't want to mention their names and so on. Said, this one is trying to deceive you. This one is evil. This one is trying to trick you. You need to move yourself away from those people and go in a different environment. You need to separate yourself from there in order to elevate, because they will stop you from your elevation. And then her grandmother said, remember, Remember, her grandmother told her, remember. And then I appeared again in front of her, and me and her grandmother were like we knew each other. So what I was telling her, I said, maybe me and her grandmother knew each other before we came into here, and we had a deal that I'm coming to get you out, because I knew I had a mission for her. Because when I came and I met her and I felt that connection, I immediately told her 2 days after we met, I said, I'm on a journey. I'm not looking for anyone, but I felt a void within me that I am here to get someone while I'm on my journey. I have a job to do. I came here. I know you may not understand what I'm telling you right now, but if you are real, then you will resonate with what I'm telling you, and you wouldn't think that I'm talking total crap to you. And that's where she got her spark from, where that opening and remembrance started to come. She started to resonate. And I spoke to her straight like that. Now a normal person, they were like, this guy is crazy. I'm not going to talk to this guy again. And something is wrong with him. He's weird. But with her, it was different.
That is beautiful. You know, I have a friend that's dealing with something similar. He has a twin flame, and they were together, and then something came over her and she ran back home, and she's around all the negative people right now, and they've got her on psych medication and several other things like that. And, you know, I've seen this more often than not, to where people, they come from these families that are not good for them, and it's almost as if they're controllers on a certain sense, maybe not on the physical sense, but maybe on the spiritual sense. They're there to keep that consciousness suppressed, and they have to break free of that. And, you know, we're programmed, again, this is a program, to believe that blood is thicker than water, that we should always stick by our family and all this, and we should when we can. But if we can't, if we're in a situation that it's completely destructive to us, I've realized breaking the chains of these family programs and then finding our real families, which, you know, is like you and people around. I mean, we just seem to gravitate towards one another, and we find each other here in this matrix. These type of families are way more bonded, I mean, they're bonded on an ancient soul level. Yeah. And so, you know, my mother raised me to where family always comes first. And I had to even break that. And my mother was the sweetest woman in the world. I mean, she was like Isis personified, you know, where my father was like Satan personified. But, you know, so, but even, you know, she was wrong about that. She was wrong about the family bond and stuff like that. I tried to bond with my father at my mother's funeral, and he decided over my mother's open coffin, to tell me what a piece of shit I was and all this. And I realized I'm only doing a disservice to myself staying connected to this energy. These chains have to break. Once I broke those chains, I was free to go along on my journey. Sheree, same with her.
Correct.
She was in a destructive place growing up, and it was spiritually destructive.
Yeah.
If you don't mind me saying so.
Oh, no, go ahead.
But once she broke those chains, then she was able to move freely. But then what happened after that, too, is once they started respecting her journey, they no longer became an oppressive force, and then she was able to reconnect with them again. So there's always that point when we can always reconnect with these broken chains, but we have to break the chains first. And we have to ultimately tell these energies, hey, I can connect with you, but you can't interfere with my boundaries.
Right.
Correct.
Yes. Brother, thank you.
I definitely resonate with that, Chris.
Yes, thank
Sheree,
you.
I know you're tired. I know you're hungry.
I'm fine. Just today's been a rough day. So thank you so much for calling in. You are fascinating, and Chris is right. I feel like this connection with you on a soul level, and it's been great talking to you.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
And all the rest of the family on YouTube, I wish you all the best. Keep pushing. Keep remembering.
Mm-hmm.
Keep remembering.
Keep remembering.
Love you, brother. Let's talk
again. You're not leveling up. You're remembering.
Exactly.
Right.
We already are everything. Love you, man. Stay in touch, please.
Chris.
Stay in touch.
No problem. You all have a pleasant night, Chris.
Cool. You too.
You too.
Take care. Oh, what an awesome way to end the show. That's the high frequency I've been looking for to end the show on. So Guys and gals, kiss the one you love right now. You never know when the last time is going to be. Thank you so much for joining us. We will be on with Clyde Lewis tomorrow from, let's see, boom, 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 boom.
Let's make sure we've got the
8 o'clock to 10 o'clock Pacific time.
All right, cool.
8 o'clock to 10 o'clock Pacific time. Clyde is a nationally syndicated radio show, so we're going to be on several radio stations and all across the United States with that show. So we're really going to be able to get our message out there to people. This NPC thing that blew up in Twitter is great because now, we can come in, speak about something that's relevant while at the same time introduce people to the idea of NPCs and organic consciousness, talk a little bit about Egypt, resettingthematrix.com, things like that. And I think it's going to be freaking awesome.
Right.
So things are moving in the right direction. We're getting the message out there. And the more that we get the message out there, the more of the organics start to see the beacon that we've been shining. And we're like, hey, this is beyond the veil. This is where we unite. This is where we come together to form Voltron and to keep on remembering
who we are.
I love the way he said that. I do. Again, you guys and gals are freaking awesome. I can't praise you enough. But I got to take the little twin to eat because the Mexican restaurant's going to close on us in the next 20 minutes.
Oh, crap.
So, kiss the one you love right now. You never know when the last time is going to be, and we'll see you even further
beyond the veil.